once you understand their stories and where they're coming from, these rural communities, I think it gives you a deeper understanding of what they need to be able to, grow. And when they grow, we grow. Hi, my name is Aparna Saxena. I'm CEO of Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an impact business based in Indonesia, and we work with women artisan weaving communities in the east of Indonesia, primarily focused in Entebbe and South Sulawesi. So I would say being a sustainable brand globally itself is tough, but I believe with more awareness it's becoming easier. Specific to Indonesia, I think again it's about awareness creation, it's about addressing the mindset, because the moment I think the market or the people think sustainable, they think, oh, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be mahal, so yeah, I cannot wear it daily, and it's not something that's going to be functional, right? Because sustainability, being green, being ethical is associated with being expensive. And I think that's the mindset change that needs to be addressed. Because what happens with sustainability is that it lasts longer. So versus fast fashion, where you wear fast, it gets worn out fast and you buy again, slow fashion or sustainable brands actually last long and give higher and longer customer lifetime value. Ethos is community, quality and compassion. The world needs you, we need you. Join the movement and become local heroes.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Vạn Phúc traditional silk village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Vạn Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Hang Chong village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Vạn Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate for differently abled people in Vietnam aged 15 and over is 36%, which means, in average, over 7 out of 10 differently abled people are unemployed. Lê Việt Cường, a differently abled person with the desire to help his community get a stable income from useful work, decided to go around Ha Dong district to recruit a team of differently abled people to, together with him, bear the solutions. Through survey and experimentation, Vạn Art was born in the middle of Vạn Phúc, wishing to solve the problems of the silk village and, simultaneously, overcome unemployment rates for differently abled people. Silk scraps from the textile factories with the techniques of silk grafting by skillful hands of differently abled workers at Vạn Art are now turned into beautiful, unique products. Folk paintings, the masterpieces of Vietnamese culture, are now revived by the artisans of Vạn Art with those colorful scraps in áo dài, t-shirts, bags, paintings, and etc. Besides, Vạn Art develops experiential tours to introduce traditional craft villages to many domestic and foreign tourists. They will get opportunities to visit the traditional silk production activities of Vạn Phúc and then return to Vạn Art to join the silk grafting work with the special artisans of Vạn Art's family. First, through the silk grafting activities inspired by folk paintings and experiential tours, Vạn Art helps preserve the folk painting culture of Vietnam, maintain traditions of the craft village, protect the environment, and especially provide differently abled people with sustainable jobs.
Karya dari Naila. Wah, gambarnya bagus ya. Wah, karya dari Kaila dan Dava. Wow.
Nah.
Ding 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 ding.
Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
There is a belief that the ancestors of the Lao people were Nagas, and they stayed to safeguard and delivered fortune to their descendants. In return, to show respect, Lao indigenous peoples incorporate images of Nagas into their lives. They have Nagas everywhere, at the temple, at home, on their houseware items, and on their clothes. The Naga symbol comes in different shapes and forms, and they are made of various materials related to various purposes and ceremonies. Here you see the monks and villagers making a boat in the form of Nagas, which is for the preparation of Og Pansa festival, or known as the ceremony for the end of the Buddha Lent. The Naga design is also woven into textiles. Weaving the Naga motif into cloth requires several work processes, from yarn making, spinning, dyeing, making the warp, setting up the loom, creating the pattern, and weaving the cloth. Traditionally, the body part of the Nagas is mostly woven in natural white yarn, with the crest predominating in powerful colours, which is to demonstrate the supernatural powers it possesses. The dyer must therefore prepare symbolic colours, such as red, green and gold. Weaving is a cultural heritage that has been passed down from mother to daughter in oral form for centuries. But recently, many weaving studios and family cottage industries in Laos have started to organize training courses in order to preserve and promote the tradition. Setting up the loom needs lots of time and patience. After making the warp, the weaver has to attach each yarn one by one into the weaving equipment. It is a fundamental process to give a perfect texture. All the yarn should be arranged in the right order and at the right tension. To create the Naga motif, the weaver should plan ahead. What technique she will apply? It can be eye-cut, or supplementary weft, or warp. And if she will prepare the design by making an illustration, or following the pattern from an ancient masterpiece. The weaver has to work carefully with the position of the design, and with the number of threads. In making a motif, if the count of a single yarn is missed, the whole design will go wrong. She therefore has to concentrate on the counting with a lot of attention, especially for the first line of threads. To keep the motif repeatable, after picking up every line of motif, the weaver will store it into the long headroll. It works like a memory chip of a computer that the weaver can get back to and reuse whenever she wants. To complete one Naga design might take several days, with the weaver repeating the same process of counting the yarns, picking up the design and storing. The Naga design is considered as one of the most delicate and prestigious patterns of Lao woven textiles that every exceptional weaver should be able to do. The value is not only due to the technical intricacy, but the Nagas have been part of people's lives for many centuries, which is not only a cultural heritage, but also a spiritual heritage.
From traditional silk pieces of art for craft village, from creativity, the artisans of wood art revive Vietnamese folk paintings, the masterpieces that seem to only remain in a nostalgia of the past. With a special crafting technique, unique products from the thrown-away scraps of silk are born by the diligent hands of our artisans, helping those scraps continue to live a more valuable life. Wood Art's main product lines are field-crafted products for personal use and for home decoration. Made from environmentally friendly natural materials, these products also carry the mission of green existence, green life. The graceful silk crafted of outside, the soft t-shirts, or the multi-function bags are unique items to have in your wardrobe. The fabric mosaic kits made from discarded clothes are sets of creative toys for children to teach them the value of recycling. Have you ever thought that home decoration products such as paintings, tablecloths, and couch pillows can recreate the cultural spirit, the ethic, and environmental meaning? Yes, because food products are capable of it. Those meticulous silk-crafted products, all exuding a folk breath, will be an unforgettable highlight for your space. In addition, wishing to preserve the traditional production of the craft village, Wood Art, located at the center of Vạn Phúc, develops experiential tours for tourists. In the tour, they visit traditional silk-making activities around Vạn Phúc and experience the silk crafting workshops at Wood Art to create gorgeous products under the guidance of differently abled artisans. They share with each other the story of culture, story of differently abled people, or even the story of everyday life. Here for Wood Art, everyone is the same. All are happy and all are living to create value for life. Choosing Wood Art's products and services means that you choose with both your mind and heart.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May we have your attention, please? The opening session is about to begin in a few moments. Please kindly take your seat. For those joining us virtually, get yourself ready and comfortable, and we will see you soon.
my name is Mas Waditya from Indonesia. I would like to explain about our lovely IP named Fan Cican. A few years ago, I have a new job as a bedtime storyteller for my two lovely kids. I have an idea to create our own character. The formula was kelinci. In English, we call it rabbit. That rabbit was my son's pet. Sadly, it died, got bitten by wild cat. Plus, this is my son who had pony hairstyle. His name is Achan. Kelinci plus Achan equals Cican. This is my spontaneous bedtime story drawing, and I have a lot of it. Long story short, I got a deal with one of the biggest publishers in Indonesia. Until now, we already made more than 50 book titles. There is a lot of mom and dads in Indonesia who love this kind of books. For example, Kaidan's mom. She said that Kaidan loved to read Cican. Now Kaidan proudly could tell his mom that he wants to go to the toilet to get a pee. There are two main places in Cican's stories. Home, that you can meet his parent and his sister. And school, that you can meet his diverse friend from human, animal to monster. Based on famous fruit in Indonesia, a rose apple, we make a signature. A rose apple nose style. We implemented to all characters in Cican universe. We do a 360 marketing from music, video, comic to games. There are three messages in Cican stories: positive values, imagination, and creativity. So Cican is for preschool 2 to 6 years old, and 60% of our audience is female. We make contents according to what parents experience with their children. For example, we made a content about my kids don't like to eat veggies. We've got 1.2 million views. Or my kids always mess up the room. We've got 1.3 million views. My kids cry easily. We've got 3.1 million views. Meet our loyalist Team Cican. We've got a mail from a mom or reviewing our books from 4-year-old boy. We've got a lot of unbelievable expression and reaction from Team Cican. There is a top layer of Team Cican. We call it Team Cican Hardcore, who celebrate their birthday with Cican theme. So our goal right now is to expand eyeballs about Cican nationally and globally. We call it Cicanization.
Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
So let's do Cicanization together, from making animated series, toys, cafe, international brand, fashion, theme park, and other Cican's dreams. So let's collaborate.
Bali. Welcome to the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion, Enhancing Digital Creative Economy, a Step Towards Regional Economic Recovery. His Excellency Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Sidarto Suryodipuro, Director General for ASEAN Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Representatives of the government of ASEAN member states and dialogue partners, representatives of the business community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, whether joining us here in the ballroom or virtually from all around the world. Today, we are gathered here to participate in the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion. This event is organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia with the aim to gain global attention and support for ASEAN creative economy to increase economic growth and to strengthen the resilience and ability of the creative economy sector to face post-pandemic challenges and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the welcoming remarks delivered by the Director General for ASEAN Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Sidarto Suryodipuro. Excellency, please kindly join us at the stage to deliver your remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. A very good morning to all of you in the room. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all participants that are participating online. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and in particular, I'd like to recognize those that are present here, Kang Riri, Pak Joshua, Pak Samuel yang hadir secara online, semua panelis, semua peserta. Pertama-tama izinkan kami menyampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris. I would like to welcome all participants of the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum, the ACEBF. It is heartwarming to see all of you today, present here both physically and virtually. I would like to express my special thanks and appreciation to the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Sandiaga Uno. I would like to thank the ASEAN Secretary General who has delivered his remarks yesterday at the opening of the ACEBF that was also combined with the International Conference on Digital Diplomacy that was launched by the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Her Excellency Retno Marsudi. I would like to thank all ASEAN member states who are participating and whose support have made this event possible. My highest appreciation goes to the panelists, moderators, and lead discussants who will enrich our discussion. And I would like to give a special thanks to our curators. Curators from ASEAN member states, curators from Indonesia, for selecting creative economy entrepreneurs to join the ACEBF activities. I in particular recognize curators from Indonesia who have also helped us guide in the preparation and throughout the process towards this event. I take note with appreciation that the ASEAN Business Advisory Council of Indonesia had initiated the organizing of the ASEAN Startup Challenge, an ASEAN Venture Capital Business Forum, 2021, which I'm sure will increase ASEAN's efforts in nurturing talents and promote interactions among ASEAN's creative sectors. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I'm also pleased to note the growing cooperation and collaboration among ASEAN member states in an important and thriving sector such as the creative economy. I note that today that Nikkei News noted that Southeast Asia is the fastest growing digital economy market in the world. It is predicted to reach $1 trillion economy in 2030. It is already a very vibrant sector in the ASEAN region. Therefore, we have an extremely good foundation for the development of the creative economy in this region. A very good foundation to launch a robust creative economy sector in ASEAN. I think one of the purpose of this ACEBF, the purpose of the ACEBF is to encourage, to promote among our creative sectors, among the creative economy players, to have a view of the region, to have an ambition at the regional platform. So hopefully this will be one event that will be able to promote a regional outlook for our creative economy sector. For ASEAN, the creative sector is highlighted under the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025 and the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint 2025. Both aim to develop and promote its asset creation and commercialization, as well as to encourage creative industry. And we are holding this ACEBF in conjunction with the 2021 International Year on Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. Having endured the tremendous impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for almost 2 years now, ASEAN has demonstrated a relatively high resiliency, even though it is in the ASEAN region that one of the most stringent limitation and closing of borders have taken place. The ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, therefore, has shown its ability to tackle unprecedented issues affected by the pandemic. The ACRF, the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, has, among others, selected creative economy as one of the important sectors. Amidst the pandemic, creative economy has been adaptive and resilient in overcoming the global economic crisis. Most of Southeast Asian countries, out of the 10 ASEAN member states, 9 have a positive growth rate this year. Only one that is in the negative, and that is a country in the midst of a political crisis. The key ingredient for creative economy to thrive lies within innovation to reach a breakthrough in developing and producing creative content. Therefore, we believe the ACEBF is indeed relevant to ASEAN's effort to recover its economy and to growth back to its normal pace. Moreover, by inviting prominent figures and leading business actors, ACEBF intends to boost and inspire the regional creative and industry to the next level. We are confident, we are convinced that with rich culture in ASEAN and by incorporating innovation and digitalization, a creative economy, a creative ecosystem could be set to assist our creative sectors to be part of the regional value chain. And I believe that this will be beneficial for ASEAN as well as its partners. We hope that this event will also not only produce results, produce opportunities, but on its own create new networks, create new momentums. The network that is created today will continue and grow into the future. On our part, on the part of the government of Indonesia, and this was mentioned by Minister Retno Marsudi yesterday, we want to continue this effort next year when Indonesia chairs the Group of 20, the G20, and the following year in 2023 when Indonesia chairs ASEAN. These will be excellent opportunities for Indonesia, for Indonesia's digital economy, for Indonesia's creative economy, to really reveal its potential to the region and to the world. I think we can afford and we have to have that ambition, have to have that drive to see the regions, to see Southeast Asia, to see the Indo-Pacific region, and to see the world as our playing field. In a short moment, we will hear the keynote speech from the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, followed by 2 days panel discussion and other activities. I would like to invite all of you to join all programs in order to receive the benefits that ACEBF offers. I thank you all for your attention. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I have the honor to invite the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Sandiaga Uno, to deliver his keynote speech. Joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Sandiaga Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Jakarta to all of you. Her Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Madam Retno Marsudi, Director General for ASEAN Cooperations, Ambassador Sidarto R. Suryodipuro, Deputy Secretary General for ASEAN Economic Community or EEC, Mr. Satvinder Singh, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, participants. First and foremost, let me congratulate Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in particular Ambassador Arto and his team, for organizing this very important event, which indeed support creative economy recovery post the pandemic. I'm thankful for the opportunity to deliver my remarks, and let me begin by underlining the contributions of creative economy. Creative economy sector was also severely hit by COVID-19. Sub-sectors like culinary, fashion, craft, music, performing arts are among of the top sufferings. However, we also noticed the rise of other subsectors like gaming and digital startup as the top gainers. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to both economic and socio-cultural development for Indonesia, creative economy contributes 7.26% of the national GDP and absorbed more than 19 million workers in 2019. Indonesia's creative economy also contributed to the export, valuing more than $19.68 billion in 2019. Indonesia is truly aware of the potential of digitalization to support creative economic growth. Thus, I believe the main theme of this event is timely and relevant. we have been implementing some impactful activities like Baparekraf Developer Day, Baparekraf Digital Entrepreneurship, as well as creative products incubations, and allocated more than 65 billion rupiahs as support in the context of increasing capital and investments to sustain business capacity for several creative economy subsectors. The initiative of ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum, or ACEBF 2021, including the ASEAN Virtual Showcase of Products and Services and ASEAN Virtual Business Matching, will surely create and open huge opportunity to bridge our regional creative industries to win the fourth industrial revolutions and fostering creative economic discussions in ASEAN. To conclude my remarks, personally, I extend my highest appreciations to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ASEAN member states, ASEAN Secretariat, participants, and creative industries for your...
Thank you, Excellency. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the opening session is now concluded. Next, as Minister Uno mentioned in his remarks, today's panel discussion is a part of a series of events that also include ASEAN Virtual Showcase of Products and Services, where ASEAN creative economy actors present their creative products. On your screen, please enjoy a video of products and services especially curated from ASEAN member states who participate in this event. an exciting presentation of ASEAN creative products. From fashion items, arts and crafts, to animation, digital entertainment, and digital solutions, you can visit participating companies in our virtual showcase available on our website until next Tuesday, 23rd of November. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence to the first session of the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion. During this event, virtual participants may address comments and questions on Zoom chat or YouTube comment box. Participants present in the ballroom may raise hands. We will later discuss questions and comments during the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, we have the moderator for the first panel discussion, Ms. Dwinita Larasati from International Advisory Council for Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Center, United Kingdom. Ibu Tita, as the moderator for this session, the time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor to be able to moderating this first panel of the sessions of today. So, as mentioned before, thank you for the introduction. My name is Dwinita Larasati. People call me Tita. And I will be hosting this first panel, which will be filled with speakers, distinguished speakers, His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Economic Community, who will be joining us through Zoom. And also we have Ms. Julia Achmone Marsan, Strategy and Partnership Director, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. And we also have Mr. Ruben Hatari, Netflix Southeast Asia Director of Public Policy. And this panel has the theme, why ASEAN's digital creative economy can be the next gold rush. And this, I think, will cover a bit of the whole sessions of the rest of the event, so today and tomorrow. So it's nice. Also to have our discussant here, Mr. Joshua Puji Mulya Simanjuntak. He is an expert staff to the Minister for Innovation and Creativity at the Tourism and Creative Economy Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia, who will be discussing the rest of the discussion with us today. So I would like to first introduce our first speaker. Mr. Satvinder Singh is the Deputy Secretary General for ASEAN Economic Community for 2021 to 2024. In his capacity as the Deputy Secretary General, he provides strategic advice to the Secretary General of ASEAN for advancing ASEAN's economic integration agenda, as well as to lead the ASEAN Economic Community Department of the ASEAN Secretariat in implementing the AEC Blueprint 2025. Before assuming this role, he was the Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Trade, Connectivity, and Business Services at Enterprise Singapore. With over 27 years of experience in holding a variety of local, regional, and global management positions across the region, he was instrumental in strengthening Singapore's role as Asia's trading hub, as well as driving digitalization efforts in Singapore amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Singh holds a bachelor's degree in social sciences from the National University of Singapore and attended the Harvard Business School Advanced Management Program in 2017. Mr. Singh, yes. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning.
It's glad to have you here. So, the time is yours, please. So,
Thank you, Ibu Tito. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you this morning. I wish I was in Bali with all of you, but unfortunately, I think this is the best. I'm still glad that I'm here and deeply honored to be invited to enjoy and be part of this conversation, I think, which is going to be very timely and very interesting. First, of course, I'd like to acknowledge His Excellencies, the Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy, Minister Yunus, and his speech this morning. And also His Excellency Pak Suryo Dipuro for his opening address. And naturally also like to congratulate the Indonesian government for organizing a very successful forum and bringing all of the ASEAN together to discuss one of the most important growth sectors that we all believe that ASEAN could really benefit from, and we could all, it could also help us fuel our recovery. Personally, I also feel that this attention given to creative services and creative industries, it's about time we give that extra push and kind of deepen our attention on it, simply because this sector clearly has a lot of capacity, and it is going to be in a position to be creating very desirable jobs for the new millennials and the new generation in the coming years. By the way, I also enjoyed watching all of the showcase that was put together by the organizers this morning. It clearly shows you how much diversity, how much of talent, how much of creativity and innovation already exists in ASEAN. Allow me this morning to start the conversation by clearly covering three critical areas. I'm going to first touch on basically issues on what is exactly fueling the ASEAN digital creative economy and its potential. I will touch on that first. Second, I will move on to kind of share a little bit more of the ASEAN. What is ASEAN doing? What is the Secretariat doing together with the support from the ASEAN member states in trying to foster the growth of this digital creative economy in the region? And finally, I will also end with a bit of a discussion to add a bit of fodder to the Q&A later in terms of sharing what are some of the enabling environmental capacities that we need to put in place in order we can clearly harness this what we call the gold rush potential from the creative industries. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, first let me explain to you, what is exactly fueling this digital creative economy. And to my mind, there are three reasons. I think the first reason, as already been highlighted, when Suryo Dipuro mentioned this morning, as most of you already know, that how ASEAN digital market has been expanding very quickly. We are one of the fastest growing markets in the world. In fact, the market has expanded threefold in just 3 years. And today, this market, the creative digital economy market, represents about 7% of the ASEAN total GDP. Okay, 7% out of $2.8 trillion. That's not small. There are more than 400 million internet users in ASEAN. In fact, this is a sharp rise because back in 2015-2019, we were talking of numbers of about 100 million. So imagine the jump that we've seen. In fact, the study that has been done recently by Google, Temasek, and Bain Company, they do it annually. They have projected that we are going to be growing, and this sector alone in the next decade is going to bring almost an addition of another $1 trillion to the entire ASEAN economy GDP in the coming years. So therefore, we cannot ignore the potential. I think second, what's fueling this, I think truly is the growth of the creative digital economy. I feel is really fueled by and is energized by the unique ASEAN cultural strengths. Now, if you look around each of the 10 ASEAN member countries, they truly provide the region with a very deep well of creative local sources of content and services and talent. Local content and ideas are easily translated and they are transformed and they have become consumable globally. For example, although the contemporary art scene in Southeast Asia is relatively new, the region has already found a footing in the global digital art market. Digital adaptation is also fast becoming digital adoption is fast becoming a kind of a norm for many of the sectors in the cultural creative industries, be it literature or movie making on Netflix or cable, music content, digital content of all kinds, including online gaming. Today, Southeast Asia, our content, our design, our talent is all being recognized and is being embraced globally. In fact, my wife and I are now living in Jakarta and we are enjoying availability of a huge amount of creating content, local content available through online sources, be it music, movies, art, literature. The best of the classic writers today, everything is accessible. It never had been so easy. I think the third factor that's really fueling the growth of digital creative economy, is the fact that it creates social economic wealth through human knowledge and creativity, as well as it contributes to inclusive and sustainable development. In fact, according to UNTAC, the creative digital economy has become the most dynamic sector with a very powerful transformative force for social economic development. We also see the potential of digital creative economy empowering and providing the practical solutions to improving the lives and the way we work, we live, we play, and on top of that, it also has a huge potential to be an influencer for inclusive development. To top that, we have seen that cultural and creative industries have benefited from a very wide participation of women. In fact, ILO estimates in 2020 that shows that women employment in these creative segments is almost as high as 57.2%. Again, it shows you there's a huge potential for creative economy to support millions and millions of youth and inclusive development. Therefore, looking at the promising global trend of creative goods and services, ASEAN definitely has the potential to be the regional powerhouse for export of creative goods and services. And many of the AMSs have acknowledged that the combination of culture, commerce, and digital technology is a very powerful strategy to grow economically and to also yield global attraction and relevance. Ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of all these trends, ASEAN is also undertaking several initiatives at the Secretariat for the digital and creative sectors to grow. And let me share with you some of these key initiatives. First, for example, there is also the ASEAN Consolidated Strategy on the Fourth Industrial Revolution that was adopted by the leaders at the 39th ASEAN Summit last month. Now, this kind of provides a very clear narrative on how the ASEAN community intends to progress digital transformation in a very comprehensive manner, and is for the benefit of our societies. ASEAN, meanwhile, has also adopted this year the Bandar Sri Begawan Roadmap. Now, this is the ASEAN Digital Transformation Prioritization Plan to accelerate the ASEAN's economic recovery and digital economy integration. We call it BSBR in short. You will keep hearing this word. BSBR basically maps out very specific concrete steps for the region to prioritize the path towards a robust ASEAN digital economy. And among the main outcomes, you will notice in the BSBR is a push towards doing a very deep study for the region and also to push for the negotiation of a DIFA for the ASEAN. This is the digital agreement framework. Now, through these initiatives, we believe that ASEAN is poised to strengthen our regional integration and our global competitiveness and connectivity with the rest of the world. Next, there is the Strategic Plan for Culture and Arts 2016-2025. Specifically, this plan highlights the need to harness the contribution of the creative industries towards innovation, generating livelihoods and supporting economic development in the ASEAN member states. In fact, senior officials of the ASEAN are currently discussing a ministerial declaration that will support the promotion, development of cultural and creative industries. Discussions are also currently underway to look at the feasibility of a dedicated ASEAN Center to serve as a hub for research, capacity building, and networking for creative cultural industries. The cultural sector is also an endeavor to utilize digital technologies to create more cultural offerings. Our region definitely needs to regain our attraction and bring back global tourism to our shores, for which I truly believe the creative digital sector will play a very critical role in harnessing and bringing the attraction back to our region. ASEAN's digital economy, creative economy today sits at 7%, and we know that it is still at this nascent stage when compared to the other major economies. But we all can feel it, and we all know that we are poised for a much faster growth if we take the right measures and promote the right policies and investments, both in human capital and infrastructure and connectivity, which is going to help bring us forth in our journey. So ladies and gentlemen, let me take you to the last segment where I had promised earlier, where I'm going to share with you a bit of what is going to be the enabling environment to harness what I call this gold rush. Now, despite a lot of the strong potential of the sector, the creative industry still needs much further development of an enabling institutional ecosystem to expand its growth. And to address these challenges, I believe that both the governments and the private sector and businesses, they all need to come together to develop the ecosystem, both in terms of policy and institutions, so that we are able to conducively contribute towards the growth and potential of this economy. Now, first, I believe the government should take really 4 key areas of policy development reforms. First, there is a need to establish a conducive policies and regulations for creative digital economy to grow. The government must relook at the whole stretch of digital creative economy value chain, and we must help to ignite business climate that will benefit all players, be it consumers, investors, and entrepreneurs. The governments in the ASEAN member states should also investigate policies that will ensure the financial viability of creative careers by considering incentives, grant support for development and investments, at the same time encouraging the financial sector to support businesses in the creative sector. Because these sectors are mainly intangible, it's not easy for these sectors to grow and secure financing from the private sector. I think this is where the government needs to come into, and the development banks and agencies could come in to support and further provide that boost to some of these creative industries. Government must also ensure there's also protection of intellectual property and cultural rights. In fact, it's important that, in the past, our interests sometimes may not be aligned because we think that protecting IP is basically helping the developed countries and the private sector from overseas. But truly, today, the need to harness IP, monetization of the non-tangible arising from digital, creative digital outputs and the creative industry, all these today are now being driven by our own ASEAN homegrown regional unicorns and our businesses. So today, this is our business. So we need to seriously look into this issue and should not be waiting on instituting and making sure that we get these policies in place as soon as possible. Second, I believe that we also need to empower the state assets to be productive within the scope of the creative digital economy. And we need to ensure that we need to make the necessary infrastructure investments, for example, in 5G, in cloud, data centers, digital capacities. And we need to ensure that these capacities are available affordably and cheaply to businesses and citizens. Believe me, if we subsidize some of these, the returns will be many times over. What we do not want is a few monopolies taking over in many of our ASEAN member states, and the cost of deriving some of these services is so high that from day one, you're not going to be attracting the entire ecosystem to sit in our economies. I hope that as we invest in these investments for the growth of the digital creative universe in ASEAN, I'm also hoping that we also tap on sustainable sources. Imagine how critical and competitive that would be, that ASEAN as a destination for the production and development of creative digital solutions, if we can do it also sustainably. We should not lose this opportunity to get this right. Now, thirdly, creativity will also thrive with cities that have a creative climate. Now, in order for the development of a creative economy to run well, I believe it's necessary to create creative cities that are able to attract a magnet, be a magnet for creative individuals and be open to global businesses. It is important that there is a free movement of people, creative talent, and free movement of ideas. The most established creative hubs in the world are cities and countries where they are open to global creative talent and startups and entrepreneurs. Therefore, we have to be business friendly, and we must look into creating regulations that have sort of like inclusive mutual recognition policies of movement of global talent on our shores. Fourthly, we also need to invest into creativity and generate demand for local creative output. I think the fact is sometimes too much of our resourcing these days, in the economic side, I think we've put too much of our resourcing for many decades centered on industry and manufacturing activities. As we move into the 4IR period, I think more of our sectors, as you can see, will be automated fully, and they will require a lot less workers. There is going to be a massive shift of demand for industrial and manufacturing workers. Even in the distribution and supply chain transportation, as we move into driverless options and transformation of technologies in the next 3-4 decades, you will see that we really need to look for alternatives. Many of the well-paid jobs today will be transformed, but I'm not saying that the creative sector is not going to be impacted, but I find that it will be much lesser affected overall. There is going to be a much stronger barrier to creation of jobs in the creativity sector. The fact is the machines can't replace the human ingenuity that is needed to create creative services and content. And again, it's not so easily replaceable. It's not so easily to dislodge. So therefore, I believe that we need to bring back the focus to creative sectors and encourage a lot of our young people to invest their lives, their futures into the creative sectors. The boosting of the local creative output will really empower our locals to take ownership of their own creative goods and services, coupled with both intelligent marketing and, of course, with efficient infrastructure and technology. I think we all are in place to be able to really help our population benefit the most from the creative sector. Looking through the ASEAN lens, this pandemic has indeed pushed our joint efforts, both by the governments, the businesses, and society, to a new dimension. Again, I really feel that it really kind of highlights the importance of digital creative economy, and of course the need for us for an economic diversification strategy. We cannot lose this opportunity to do more for the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. This is such a comprehensive explanation, and we realize now that ASEAN has these interesting challenges ahead, because we have also the huge amount of youth who are very apt and agile to receive the digital changes and shift. Thank you, Mr. Singh. We'll come back to you with later with discussion and questions. And I would like to move on to our second speaker, Ms. Julia Achmone Marsan. Is she already here at the Zoom? I would like to read her CV first. Ms. Julia Achmone Marsan is the Director of Strategy and Partnership of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. She works in close connection with ASEAN policymakers, key stakeholders, as well as regional and global organizations to support the ASEAN process of socio-economic integration. Dr. Achmone Marsan areas of expertise include science, technology and innovation policy, MSME, entrepreneurship and startup creation, skills and the future of work, the 4R. She has recently launched a new stream of work within area on ASEAN women in the digital economy. Before joining area, Dr. Achmone Marsan worked as an innovation economist at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, where she contributed to the activities of several directorates, such as the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship and SMEs and the Directorate for Science Technology. During her career, Dr. Achmone Marsan has advised governments around the world about their national and local innovation strategies across countries in Europe, North and Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Dr. Achmone Marsan holds bachelor and master degrees in applied mathematics from the Polytechnic School of Turin, Italy, and a PhD in mathematics, economics, and complex systems, jointly awarded from the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales Paris, France, and the IMT Institute for Advanced Studies, Lucca, Italy. Dr. Marsan, your time.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction, Ibu Taki. I'm going to share my screen now, and I hope you will be able to see it. Yes, you do. First of all, I'm really delighted to be here to take part in this very relevant and timely discussion. So thank you very much to all organizers of the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum for this kind invitation. And I'm also delighted to participate in this discussion with very distinguished speakers, including DSG Singh and Mr. Ruben Hattari. I'm going to sketch a little bit some of the trends we are observing regarding the emergence of innovation ecosystem across ASEAN. But first, in case not everybody is fully familiar with us in the room, AREA, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, we are an international organization with membership ASEAN Plastic grouping, and our mandate is to support the process of economic integration at ASEAN and East Asia level with our analysis, our policy advice, our thinking. And since the beginning of the pandemic, we have started to analyze the consolidation and emergence of the innovation ecosystem and how these are shaping the post-pandemic recovery in the region. But now that we are starting, I'm copying here this definition. Don't worry, I'm not going to read it word by word. But the reason why I like this definition, a definition that was proposed by the OECD to the G20 Digital Economy Task Force, is that it shows the complexity of the digital economy itself. The digital economy is about digital infrastructure, technologies, data, services, products, and much more. And this is something that we need to consider when discussing about current trends and also policies to support digital economies worldwide and obviously also in ASEAN. Similarly, I think we have already seen it, and actually the many beautiful videos that you have projected earlier are showing it in much more detail than this slide. Also, when we talk about the creative economy, we are thinking about something that is really cross-cutting, across sectors. The creative economy is about culture, it's about crafts, it's about food and cuisine, entertainment, of course, fashion, the beauty industry, tourism, which is also encompassing all of the above. And also, let me mention social commerce, the way we sell and buy goods online. This is something that started in Asia, and Asia is exporting in other regions in the world. Now, social commerce is starting to become very popular also in Europe and North America. And this is bringing, others, including DSG Singh, have mentioned that before me, tangible benefits to our economies. Let me now give an example of a country that is not in ASEAN, but is very famous for being a cultural and creative economy powerhouse, that is Korea. Recent estimates show that the Korean wave was contributing to the Korean economy a little bit less than $2 billion in 2004, and then more than $12 billion in 2019. So quite a growth, quite many opportunities. And let me share this anecdotal evidence. Recently at a meeting, the director of one of the most prestigious schools of Oriental cultures and languages in Paris, France, so in Europe, was telling that they have a very popular class about Korean culture and languages, and every year they need to reject applicants because they are too many. So lots of opportunities, to export this kind of services, outside your country and your region, but also worldwide and globally. And we are also starting seeing similar phenomena in the ASEAN region, as I will show soon in my next slide. So we are here to talk about digital, creative, but also innovation. Innovation is nowadays very much about digital technologies, and it has always been very much about creativity. But first, a couple of words about the current context across ASEAN. First, a continued economic integration. RCEP is coming into force in 2022. The ASEAN process is the fundamental pillar of the economic integration process. This is something that is going to offer lots of opportunities to entrepreneurs and innovators in the region. Booming digital economy, Deputy Secretary General Singh already mentioned that, some of the fastest growing digital economies in the world. The situation was already booming pre-pandemic, and then it has been tremendously accelerated by COVID-19. Growing creative economy, UNCTAD data show that that was certainly the situation pre-pandemic. We don't have enough recent data to tell what's the picture nowadays, but certainly lots of dynamism in countries such as Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. And what's interesting, and this is also an analogy with the Korean case, we are also starting to see a lot of public policy support for the creative economy. This summit, is witnessing that. But a number of ASEAN countries are establishing agencies or national strategies to reap the benefit of the creative economy in the region. To sum up, this is also something extremely important for the topic of conversation today, a changing pattern of consumer preferences. This is a global trend, but also very much applying to the region. A growing share of ASEAN consumer belong to the millennial and Gen Z generations. And we know that these consumers, they are ready to spend more on experiences, travel, innovative solution. So we are going to see, we're already seeing it, but we are going to see also in the coming years a sort of demand pool, again, bringing in lots of opportunities for the creative economy and innovation space. So summing up, lots of disruptions. I think the last couple of years are a clear example of that. Lots of challenges, but times of disruptions are also bringing in many opportunities because creativity becomes a necessity. We need to do things in a different way. And when I say we need to do things in a different way, I think on top of our to-do list is the issue of skills. We need different types of skills. We don't know yet exactly, what are the right skills for the creative economy. Probably we will never know for sure. But there is a growing body of research telling us that some types of skills are definitely conducive to creativity and innovation. One of it is the ability to continue to learn how to learn, which is a skill in itself, which is becoming extremely important in times of disruption and times of fast technology adoption and change. Another one is the ability to take and collect different pieces of knowledge from different disciplines and to combine them to find creative and innovative solutions, interdisciplinary. Others are related to collaboration and team working. Lots of evidence is showing that a collaborative team tend to be more innovative because different people tend to see problems from different perspectives, and so it is easier and faster to find a solution. And also change a little bit our perspective with respect to failure, for instance. And nobody likes failure. I don't think failure needs to necessarily be celebrated, but we can learn from it. I mean, if we want to be very creative or innovative, we will make mistakes. There's no way to be disruptive without making any. And therefore, I think that this cultural shift is very much needed to understand the mistakes we make to become better innovators in the future. My second bullet point is much shorter. It's just an acronym, STEM. Probably most of us know what it refers to. STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These are disciplines traditionally associated to skills very important for the digital economy, and they are. We certainly need even just some basic understanding of how the technology works to take advantage of the digital economy and also understand challenges and risks. But a growing body of research is also telling us that it's really by combining these type of skills, STEM skills, with these other less easy to define skill sets that I'm listing in the first bullet point of this slide. So a combination of the two is very, very much necessary. And this calls for collective thinking and redefinition of the role of education institutions. There's a lot of discussion across ASEAN about it, higher education, more collaboration between university and the private sector, but also technical and vocational education and training. I think that this combination of different skill sets is absolutely needed and should be incorporated in any reflection about the higher education systems of the future in ASEAN. Sustainability. Again, I'm sorry to repeat some of the things that DSG Singh already mentioned. This is something incredibly important for the region. And when I was talking about changing pattern of consumer preferences, I was also thinking about this. Lots of surveys, this is a global trend, but again, very much also applying to the region. Lots of surveys are telling us that ASEAN consumers, younger generations, are ready to spend more for more sustainable products and services. So again, there's an opportunity for entrepreneurs to be creative and innovative and fill in, this growing market share. We have been working under the leadership of Brunei and also together with the ASEAN Secretariat to develop a framework to support the development of a framework for the circular economy for ASEAN. And in this framework, the role of innovation and digital technology is very much emphasized. I really hope that we will talk increasingly about the opportunities of sustainability-driven entrepreneurship. Diversity and inclusion. The booming digital economy we are witnessing is bringing in lots of opportunities, but also some challenges, because we are seeing some divides, some digital divides emerging. The success story of the digital economy of ASEAN has been typically very much related to hyper-connected ASEAN megacities, which means that more rural parts of ASEAN could not yet benefit equally from the digital transformation. So there is a rural-urban divide. There's also a divide between different classes of companies. Larger, often multinational enterprises, but not only. They are much more equipped to invest and dedicate resources to the adoption of digital technology and also the reskilling or upskilling of their employees. This is not the case for more traditional ASEAN micro and small medium enterprises. So again, something that we need to pay attention at. And also, and we have done some research on it at area recently, emerging gender digital divide. Men benefiting from the digital economy on average more than women. For instance, because women entrepreneurs across ASEAN tend to own and manage MSMEs. But this is related to the previous divide I was describing. And also because there's a less accessibility towards the jobs connected to the digital economy and, very importantly, leadership position. So this is something that we need to pay attention to, because if we really want to transition towards a post-pandemic inclusive digital economy, we need to work collectively to address these divides and trying to close them. And entrepreneurs, the private sector has a huge role. So together with sustainability, I think that we are also witnessing an increasing awareness, especially amongst young leaders, about the potential of social enterprises across ASEAN. Those companies that want to make money, but they also want to do good. And last trends, partnerships and collaborations. Innovation rarely happens in isolation. It is collaborative by nature. I was saying before that teams, because they see things from different perspectives, are more equipped to be innovative. And we also know from the literature, a growing body of research, that diversity is a necessary ingredient for innovation. And in this respect, ASEAN is very well positioned with all this diversity in cultures, languages, geographies. So this is, again, something extremely important to take into account. And when we talk about diversity, let's remember that it's also important, again, something already mentioned by the DSG before, to be connected to global talent. It's very important not only to create collaborations and export talent, but also to import it. I'm thinking about attracting talent, and let me tell you this. I mean, many countries now around the world are thinking about, schemes to attract digital nomads from Estonia in Europe to the Caribbean. I know that many ASEAN countries are currently thinking about that, also taking advantage of the richness in natural beauty in the region. And perhaps we should start thinking about not only attracting digital, but also creative nomads to our economies. I'm about to conclude. If you're curious about what I've just said, feel free to connect to our website. You will find much more charts, much more analysis, more details. It's all available at www.aer.org. And if you would like to take part in these conversations, please join us at the final episode of our webinar series on innovation ecosystems across ASEAN and how they are shaping the post-pandemic world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Achmone Marsan. There are some interesting, really crucial points in your presentation that maybe we would like to take up to the discussion. For example, you mentioned also about digital divides, and this is also ASEAN's challenge to take up with, because in the beginning you mentioned about ASEAN context, which is also what is specific to us, what we have, because we're still very rich of content and cultural content especially, and the young people especially really take up really quick on the social enterprises and so on. So this can be our particular points of discussion later. Thank you very much, and we'll be back with you for the discussion session. Thank you. And before we continue to the third speaker, I would like to remind all our audience here, whether here with us in Bali or following our streaming from YouTube and or Zoom, you may deliver your question by typing it in the chat box, chat division of the YouTube as well, and also prepare the questions here in the live audience. Thank you. I would like to introduce our third speaker, Mr. Ruben Hattari, Director of Public Policy of Southeast Asia, Netflix. Ruben Hattari is the Public Policy Director for Netflix in Southeast Asia. He currently oversees Netflix's various regulatory engagement with both governments and communities in Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Previously, Ruben was the head of public policy for Facebook in Indonesia and Timor-Leste, where he led initiatives such as e-commerce, content management, investments, and national elections. He has also worked as the Corporate Affairs Director for Microsoft Indonesia and was responsible for leading policy issues around data localization or sovereignty, data privacy, cybersecurity, smart city projects, and the local content requirement for hardware devices. In addition, Ruben has extensive regional expertise in Southeast Asian affairs, where he held past positions as the Executive Director of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or ASEAN BAC, and was an official at the ASEAN Development Bank, or ADB. Ruben is an IDEAS Fellow of MIT Sloan School of Management and holds a bachelor's degree of business from Central Queensland University in Australia. So, Mr. Hattari, if you're ready, time is yours.
Thank you, Butita. Thank you for the time and the opportunity here for me to actually join such a distinguished panel to actually talk about a very important topic for Netflix, which is the creative economy as well. I want to congratulate the organizers, first and foremost, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN member states as well, and all of the other distinguished panelists as well, and the speakers as well. First and foremost, I want to start off by expressing my sincere optimism and confirming also my belief that the creative economy in industry in Southeast Asia and the member states as well will come back from the pandemic much stronger than ever before. It will come back stronger, but I'm also confident that it will come back very much differently as well. Now, let me quickly talk about what I mean by differently as well. I think most people know right now, given the situation that we've kind of went through a pandemic for 2 years or so, that how we consume and how we enjoy the fruits of a creative economy has significantly changed, right? And this is a process what we call, many of people call it digital transformation as well. And I'm an avid believer that digital transformation, especially in the creative economy, is a natural progression. Companies like us, like Netflix, we've gone through digital transformation as well. Believe it or not, I don't know whether the people that are listening to our panel remember, but Netflix actually started off as a DVD by mail rental company in the 1990s. And our business has evolved over the years into a global entertainment service because there has been that push, because there is the need for that push for us to deliver more of our service to more people at a global scale as well. Now, currently, because of this digital transformation, now our platforms have carries contents all over the world to more than 200 million subscribers as well. Digital transformation has allowed us to put consumers at the forefront, and we know that consumers have prioritized choice and convenience. And in being able to consume content when they want it, where they want it, and using whatever device is definitely a benefit for us. Now, the reason why I talk about this early as well is because this is the evolution of many creative economy sectors as well. Coming out of this pandemic, I do want to kind of highlight that more and more creative, maybe the traditional creative economy sectors as well, will become shifting more into the digital space as well. Now, I'll give you another example. For us specifically, one of the most impactful areas has been, how we have been able to marry content and technology to distribute those content as well. The byproduct of that has been expansive as well. And now content creators that actually come on our platform, they are more comfortable and they're more confident in actually sharing their hard labor as well to more accessing new markets as well. Now, this type of exposure and success is a direct result of digital transformation as well as of the entertainment industry. Now, all of this is only possible through technology as well. And if there's something that we've learned throughout the pandemic, people, especially the citizens of ASEAN, without any choice, we are becoming more and more digital savvy as well in terms of how we use technology as well, whether it's our handheld devices or, what I'm doing now, connecting through laptops as well. But specifically, when we're talking about the contribution, now I've been asked also to talk about the extent of contribution of platforms like Netflix, what we call as online curated content, or abbreviated to OCC. There are effectively two types of contributions that we're actually looking into. Now, the first is the direct contribution, and the second is, of course, the indirect contribution. Now, the direct contribution is oftentimes related to our platform's investments in the countries where we are actually conducting. So this could be included as like the amount of money that we are producing in country, how much money that we are spending on advertising to promote that specific title. But we're also looking at the indirect contribution as well. And I believe Minister Sandiaga has mentioned in his opening speech before that when one aspect of the creative economy is impacted, the trickle-down effect is also felt by many other kind of subsectors in the creative economy. And this is no different than how we look at our contribution, how we look at indirect contribution. When we actually produce specific content, we're also contributing to other subsectors that actually exist in the family of the creative economy as well. Now, the direct contributions, just to give an overview on the size of it. According to Frontier Economics Research, 8 million Indonesians subscribe to online curated content as of 2020. Now, in the last 2 to 3 years, we have seen a massive growth of investment, and we are seeing this across the region as well. Now, in Asia alone, the total economic contribution to film production, which is significantly driven by platforms like Netflix and other companies as well, is that it's reached $58.7 billion in 2019. It supports 8.8 million jobs in the film and creative industry across the region. But the impact, it's not limited to the film and creative industries. It's also spilled over to other industries as well that we are seeing. Now, around 60% of the production costs are spent in the wider community, including, again, these are other subsectors such as catering, hospitality, construction, as well as legal services as well. Now, the indirect contribution is something that is also interesting. OCC, online curated contents, could also be increased curiosity and also affinity to local culture, history, cuisine, fashion, and even tourist destinations. Now, this is quite an interesting aspect because according to a survey that was recently done by TripAdvisors, they found that 20% of global travelers visited the destination due to the influence they see on TV or in films as well. Now, again, traveling is not a luxury. I mean, it is very much a luxury right now for many people given of the current conditions. But companies like Netflix, we're also working closely with various Ministry of Tourism across the region. We are in discussion with Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy in Indonesia to how do we actually look at opportunities, how platforms like us can also expedite and accelerate the recovery of the tourism industry. So this could be an interesting projects as well that we can explore, is like how do we actually showcase some of the content that exists in our current library and basically promote it to the rest of the world as well. So when the world is ready to travel, they can actually look at Southeast Asia and ASEAN member states as the next destination spots. Now, in 2016, Netflix has been available across the world and has been increasing investments in many parts of the region as well, most especially in Southeast Asia. And there's no secret to what has been mentioned by DSG Singh, is that Southeast Asia is so rich in culture. There is still so much for us to discover. And this comes back to companies like Netflix as well, platforms like Netflix as well, is that how do we actually work with the member states and the communities and the different creative economy industries as well, to actually unearth some of these interesting stories as well. I think one of the things that I've learned of kind of working at Netflix is that great stories does not necessarily have to come from Hollywood anymore. We're seeing trends like, us, watching shows from Korea as well, such as the Squid Game. We're actually watching shows from Spain as well, like Casa de Papel and Lupin from France. Great stories and great production can actually come from anywhere in the world. And I have the full confidence as well that, the next wave, it can definitely come from Southeast Asia as well. I mean, we saw, recently in Indonesia, titles such as Ali and Ratu Ratu Queens, another title called Penyalin Cahaya as well, have actually won 16 out of 17 awards at the prestigious FFE, or the Film Festival Indonesian Awards as well. So these type of talents exist in Southeast Asia, and I think this is entirely up to us. It's like, how do we actually work collectively to actually promote the content to surface as well. Now, I also want to quickly touch on the global trends in creative service and goods trades as well. Now, as I mentioned before, since 2020, the OTT industry in general, and this is not, this is not limited to platforms like Netflix as well. We have seen an influx, a massive influx on how our platforms are consumed in homes as well. And this is largely because, again, because of the pandemic as well. But what we are seeing is that when we're talking about global trends in creative services, we can highlight some of the trending content on Netflix, which interestingly has diversified. We now see more popular contents coming out of countries outside of the US as well. When people subscribe to platforms like ourselves, they will look at for quality and originality on the content itself, right? This is where platforms like Netflix come in to provide a platform for consumers to access international and quality content as well. We now see how non-English shows and movies are selling really, really well, and even surpassing the popularities of most well-known titles as well. The South Korean series, Squid Game, I love using this as an example because this is one of my favorite shows, drew 142 million views in its first month, setting a record on Netflix. We also see the success of European shows such as Lupin and Money Heist or Casa de Papel. Something that is more local, we've seen Thai series such as Girl from Nowhere and The Stranded, and all of them have been a hit in the region. The Girl from Nowhere, if you haven't seen it, please watch it. It's a great series from Thailand as well. Has been the most watched Netflix show in Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines, while also ranking in the top 10 shows globally as well. What we are seeing is that people are demanding to see more unique and original content, regardless of the language and the countries of origin. The example of Netflix shows how local creatives are able to sell stories and their own culture to quality production, while also offering, a universal appeal which sells to the global audience as well. And I think this is one of the benefits of leaning onto technology to actually expand and to enter new markets as well. Now, lastly, I would like to just quickly touch on, what we are seeing, what the industry is doing, and what we are hoping what the government is doing as well. DSG Singh touched on that. I think, for us to come back much stronger, the creative economy and the creative industry as well, is that there's no bargaining. Then we need to do this collectively. The private sector, the government sector, we need to actually work and sit down together and execute our plans together as well. Now, in general, we welcome collaboration between the government and industry to accelerate the post-pandemic recovery as well. The digital creative economy sectors has experienced positive growth, but we need to be cautious, I think, to some extent in interpreting this expansion. And I think, from the business side and the private sector as well, is that we want to make sure that this trend of growth, maybe not as aggressive as the past few years because of the pandemic, we just want to make sure that the growth continues to remain sustainable for the years to come. And I see this in a few ways. I think the industry can contribute in two major areas. First and foremost, I think players like us, we need to invest in the digital creative sector, in the local digital creative sector as well. There's no need for us to continue bringing content from other parts of the world, but we need to grow the ASEAN creative sector as well. Netflix, for example, we've committed significant investment through 2022 to create original content in various countries in ASEAN, predominantly in Indonesia and in Thailand as well. Number two, where we are seeing an opportunity for industry to actually play a larger role, is to work on capacity building to improve the quality of our digital creative product to cater the demand, not only the demand of the regional market, but the demand of the global audience as well. Now we can see that digital platforms have further accelerated the demand of non-Western content. Now this is an opportunity for ASEAN. If Korea, Japan, China, and India can do it, I'm very confident that this region can do it as well. Now, there are some, I suppose, just minor adjustments I think that we need to do in terms of improving our sensitivity to global market appetite and several technical skills. But the storyline, the diversity of the stories that exist in Southeast Asia, it's all there. I also want to touch on, lastly, on what we are doing. I suppose Netflix is doing to actually to put, I suppose, money where our mouth is as well. Now, over the next 5 years, Netflix has announced that we are committed in spending around $200 million in global workforce and creativity equity investments around the world as well. Now, this includes multiple countries in the region as well. But Southeast Asia is definitely an area that we want to focus on as well. Again, for the obvious reasons that I've stated before as well. Now, this initiative will be accomplished through our Grow Creative initiative as well, which is actually tasked to building a new generations of storytellers and crew that represent the multicultural makeup of the world as well. And what our audience in Netflix are enjoying the most. So we want to actually push these content creators, these storytellers into that direction as well, where we can actually meet the appetite of the global demand as well. Lastly, I would just want to quickly touch on how Netflix is seeing and the industry is seeing as well on what we can do collectively with the government as well. I think so far, given the current challenges, ASEAN member states have done a fantastic job in kind of building those corridors as well, and also supporting the local creative economy as well, and platforms like us as well to work collectively as well. DSG Singh again mentioned about the Bandar Seri Begawan roadmap as well, or BSBR as well. This is something that we are closely paying attention to, and if there are opportunities for companies like us and other companies from the region to take part in those discussions, we will be more than happy to actually take part on this discussion as well. Now, one of the things that we are kind of closely monitoring as well is that when it comes to the creative economy as well, is that we strongly believe that supporting a robust creativity and freedom of expression as well is critical for the creative economy in general as well. And this was include several lines of challenges as well, if you want to call it that way. Number one is basically avoiding overly restrictive regulations. Where we have actually seen creative economies thrive in other parts of the world is where that space is still given to the content creators as well to actually build on the creativity and for them to actually work on the freedom of expressions as well. And for example, we've seen trends in other markets as well, because this space is given, significant growth in the last 2 or 3 years has been increased as well. And I would also touch on the final thing as well with regards to supporting the growth of local creative economy as well, specifically to our sector, because we are an online curated platform. We work with local film creators and series makers as well. Combating illegal streaming and piracy is still an issue in ASEAN member states. If we truly want to go into that direction where we can support the local industry, and we want to, have some of the content the content that is being created from Southeast Asia to truly to go global, then we need to seriously address and collectively combat illegal streaming and piracy as well. And there is a huge potential for promotion of the local creative economy as well, in the industry as well. As I mentioned, the tourism and cuisine as well. As demands for content from Asia increase, there's also an increasing interest in our culture as well. Food and tourist destination is no exceptions, and there has been examples of where we've actually worked with tourism bodies as well all over the world, and our expectation is for us to also work with the creative economy agencies and tourism agencies as well all over ASEAN. So I will pause there. I think that there's been a lot that I've covered in such a short time, but I'm very much interested for the conversation to progress right now and beyond this platform as well. So with that, Ibu Tita, I'll pass it back to you, and we can start the conversation and the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hattari. Such interesting insights, especially because now Netflix is a household term, and you're at the position where you can see what preference people have nowadays, and then how would you roll it into further context, business, governments, and so on. Because it's interesting that we have 3 speakers from the few points from the government who are going to make an enabling environment with policies and ecosystems. And also we have an insights also from more research viewpoints about social and economic dynamics viewpoints. And now you come from the industry sectors who also have the insight from all this whole ecosystem and actors of those who are stakeholders of a creative economy, especially in digital session. Before we move on to the question and answer, here we have Pak Joshua Simanjuntak. He's the expert staff to the Minister for Innovation and Creativity at the Tourism and Creative Economy Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia. So if you please, Mr. Joshua.
Thank you, Ibu Tita, and much appreciation to His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Ms. Julia Marsan, and of course, Pak Ruben Hattari for very comprehensive presentations. So we gather there are several keywords, I have to say, yes. Disruptive, yeah. Creative economy is a very fast-moving, dynamic, digital ecosystem, and future-looking policies, IP-based commercialization, skills and education to support the digital environment, cross-border entrepreneurship, inclusivity, no one left behind, that's what I gather, democratizing contents, and borderless content consumption from the Netflix, and supporting growth, and as well as the feel of being positive from everyone on the recovery of the economy, of the region economy through the creative economy, the digital creative economy. Now, I believe that those keywords would be part theme of the 2 days session. Now, allow me to point for our discussion, quick discussion. So when we speak about this digital creative economy, I think those keywords fill in the how do we see the creative sector today. And I think everyone knows that there is this another alternative economic system which is actually growing fast, which is the blockchain. And the blockchain allows to support, which is supported by the growing, also the cryptocurrency, which further support the birth of the NFT, which is an interesting part. I mean, this actually growing very, very fast, and it's being used by the by the millennials and the Generation Z to grow their creativity as a channel for creativity. So allow me to ask each of the panelists, what is your views towards this NFT, the non-fungible tokens, because we cannot really ignore the role of the NFT, especially if you're looking for future-looking policies, skill development, and the creation of content. If I may, or if we may ask from each of the panelists, from Mr. Singh from the ASEAN, what do you think of the policies may be needed to support the NFT within the region? And of course from Ms. Julia from your organization, and as well as from Netflix. Just a quick overview of the NFT. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Singh first, perhaps.
All right. Thank you, Ibu Tito. Maybe if I could jump in very quickly, and then I'll leave the rest of my fellow panelists to come in. I think the important thing is that the NFT culture, the development that we see today, it's happened quite naturally. And at this stage, I feel the best thing we can do is not to regulate it. So leave it, let the natural growth of the sector to come out, let more of this to develop first. As like you said, as long as you don't make it restrictive, allow some of the creativity, innovation to happen, allow more players in our economies to participate, allow more of the content and some of the monetization of the content to explore this, I think it would be good enough. Yeah, I'd like to stop there and invite other panelists to come on.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Singh. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Ms. Julia, if you have any comments on that.
very briefly, I mean, I'm definitely not an expert on non-fungible tokens. I think it's a very interesting development, which is very much within the scope of the conversation today, because it's, a good contamination across the arts and, the digital technologies, the digital realm. We'll see what's going to happen. I mean, whether they will become very popular. As you mentioned, they are already becoming popular with younger generations because it's a piece of art, but, it keeps getting updated. So you can receive an update, and so the artwork can slightly change. So apparently, lots of younger generation are having a lot of fun with that. But as DSG Singh mentioned, maybe, we need a little bit more understanding whether, these kind of things needs to be regulated. I mean, if there will be challenges, fraudulent transaction or something like that, perhaps, reflection needs to be done. At the moment, perhaps it's too early. And I would say that there are other areas related to the digital economy where regulation is more urgent. And I'm thinking about, for instance, adapting competition policy for the digital age. This is something very, very important globally and an area for reflection also for ASEAN. And then, I mean, lots of discussions around the world. I think, some hours ago, UNESCO has recently adopted a resolution about ethical artificial intelligence. So this is perhaps a more urgent area of reflections for regulation than NDF at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ruben, maybe you have also some insights.
Yeah, very interesting question on NFT. This is kind of separate to what I do at Netflix, but this is something that I'm actually closely paying attention to because, in general, I do love creative economy and the byproducts of it, such as artwork as well. I think I agree with the other panelists as well, is that I think we are still at a very early stage of NFTs. Jumping on board right now to actually regulate the market, the NFT market, I think is very much premature. The reason why I say it's premature is because we don't know the full extent of how this could actually benefit the local creators, especially from Southeast Asia. I'll give you an example. My brother is actually a painter, and he's been actually using NFT as a means for him to actually have his artwork much more discoverable beyond the Jakarta region or beyond the Indonesia region as well, and basically to go international as well. So that upside exists, all right? The other upside of NFT, to my understanding, is that there is an element that the artist can actually is able to retain copyright ownerships of their work as well. So they can continue to produce and sell copies as well. So, in this case, imagine if you're a painter, of a specific design, you sell that painting, but you have the opportunity to actually make prints out of that painting, and the prints can actually be made into T-shirts, posters, showing up in, various other items that you can actually get royalty and ownership and continue to actually have ownership of wherever those actual designs actually show up, because you are the rightful owner. So I think those elements still need to be further explored before we actually make it to any premature, I suppose, conclusion to that we should be regulating something that we don't know of. And again, I think, coming back to my earlier kind of remarks before, when it comes to technology, the challenge of regulating technology is that whatever that you create now often becomes obsolete in 6 months or 12 months time. Is that I think we really need to really think through is that if there is a time where we do want to make a regulation around NFT or around crypto or around anything else that we see, is that how do we actually make that regulation sustainable in the next good 4 or 5 years maybe. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
nice, yes.
Please.
Should we, is there any questions from the...
Yeah, there are questions from the audience, but we have some time. We have about 10 minutes to do the discussion. So I wonder if you have further insights on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, perhaps, because,
yes.
Well, this is the whole ecosystem here, and then we have the opportunity to have this conversation in the regional level. So please.
Yes, well, actually, there are some questions which are for mostly is actually for Netflix, but also can be applied to our other panelists. Is about the use of data to help the creative sectors to create a better content. Mr. Ruben, how do you think, or how is it possible for Netflix, as an example, to share your data just for the purpose of helping content creator to create better content? Because I believe from your talk, I believe you gather lots of data from the regions, and of course those data are invaluable. But again, a company like Netflix able to help to support those data. I mean, to support by data to the creative creative people.
Yeah, great question, Pak. So one of the things that we continue to do is to look at our internal data on the different appetite of how people consume content. Now,
yes.
I'll just be very clear here. I mean, some of those data is a work in progress, and I don't think we are at the stage where we can actually share it much more openly. But there are opportunities where we look into working with third-party, institutions such as associations or third-party research groups as well, to actually look at the content and the market's appetite, right? And through that we can actually find the sweet spot of, like, if there are any specific content that we are going to consume or that needs to be kind of exported into a specific kind of region or a country, what type of content that we should be kind of looking into. Now, I think there's an upside of kind of leading onto this type of content and creation. But one of the worries that I have with this is that kind of leaning into surveys and encouraging the creative kind of sector to produce a certain kind of type of content also limits their creativity to create content that is very much organic. Let's put it that way, right? So this is something that we are trying to find out as well, right? I mean, if we are truly discussing about the diversity of ASEAN member states, the culture of Southeast Asia as well, do we really need to actually provide kind of guidance that, hey, ASEAN member states and the local industry here, you guys should be making content that is very much enjoyed by the rest of the world, such as Korean-made content. I mean, I don't think that would be fair, and I don't think that would be, advisable and leading them into the right direction as well. So again, these are all kind of ongoing conversations that we are having with governments as well, to actually, I understand these are a common request that we are getting from many ASEAN member states in the spirits of, assisting in the recovery of the tourism sector, recovery of the creative economy. Are there opportunities for us to actually work together? And I don't have an answer for this. I'll just be very honest with you at this stage. But this is this is a conversation that I'm more than happy to converse with you and the relevant ministries in this region to actually find the solution. Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ruben. Yes.
Right, I'm taking from here because there's a question for Mr. Hattari here from Zoom about Netflix as well, because Indonesia has a lot of great talents. Graphic design, CGI, 2D, 3D artists. Also, we are equipped with many great studios for filmmaking, and so many beautiful destinations as contents and so on. But sometimes what is lacking is the storytelling. So could you please share with us how Netflix curate and deliver not only a good storytelling, but also sells well? That's the question.
Wow, I get this question a lot. And the honest answer is that there is no direct answer. Let's put it that way, because I think specifically for Indonesia, the script writing and the storytelling, this is a gap where we actually currently see it. And this is something that we are currently exploring opportunities with the Ministry of Education and as well to actually opportunities to conduct certain forms of trainings as well and capacity building for next year as well. I think I want to propose maybe another concept, and I should have kind of talked about this in my kind of presentation earlier as well. You know, when we look at the creative economy, and especially in the filmmaking and the film industry segment, there is one way of thinking of looking at film production from end to end, from storytelling all the way to, you know, production to post-production and everything in between, right? You know, and countries such as Korea, India, they've been relatively successful in doing this as well. But when we look at ASEAN, I think we need to look at ASEAN as more of a single entity as opposed to 10 separate member states, right? This could be an alternative, you know, proposal that we have been kind of discussing with the industry as well. Countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, you know, there are so many beautiful destination spots to actually produce content. Maybe there is a gap in kind of the storytelling side, but I feel like that void could also be filled, for example, by countries in the Philippines, right? And when it comes to post-production, and I know Singapore does this quite a lot as well, you know, we can actually export it to Singapore as well. So when you look at ASEAN, it's no longer of like 10 competing member states producing different types of content to promote their respective countries, but we look at it as one single kind of factory as well, where there is a supply chain mechanism as well. So, you know, that could be an interesting proposal. And again, this is something that we are discussing, you know, at Netflix as well, but also, you know, with the other kind of OCC platforms in the industry as well.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Hattari. Well, I have a question, and maybe this will be the last question because we are time's almost up. This one is from Mayana Rasita to all the panelists. As we see the economic industry growing fast and a lot of people become entrepreneur or opening creative agencies, creative lab, and so on, which is actually good. The question is, the negative effect that I've seen in the reality is about the market competition, and that lead to the price competition, and it makes unhealthy environment at our creative industries. How would the government handle this situation, and what would you suggest we do about this phenomena? I would like to have Mr. Singh maybe to respond to this.
I personally think that competition is always very healthy, especially for a creative industry. So I don't think any regulation is needed to impede competition. In fact, competition typically brings about creativity and strength in local development eventually. So I'm not a proponent to regulate competition. So that's my stand.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Julia.
Indeed, all literature is showing that competition is good for innovation and creativity. Having said that, competition needs to be real. So the role of governments, if you want, is to allow fair competition and to make sure that new entrants can be successful and avoid, you know, big players to become too dominant in the market, to indeed prevent healthy competition and, you know, reduce the degree of innovation.
Right. Mr. Hattari, if you may.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think more competition, the more, you know, when it comes to competition, the more the merrier. I think that's the formula of it as well. I mean, through competition, you know, platforms like us, it keeps, you know, making sure that our platforms remain innovative as well, our content remains entertaining as well. I mean, without that, I think it will be a relatively kind of flat journey for companies like Netflix as well. Now, I would say when it comes to competition, and this is, you know, what I always kind of preach internally to, you know, my constituents inside Netflix as well, is that there is an opportunity for us to become more and more local as well. So for companies like us, and you know, and that is operating in the region as well, you know, my strong advice is to work with the local partners, because the local partners knows the best. They know the stories, they know the people, they know the challenges around the bend as well. So, you know, companies like us, we rely significantly our local partners, and you know, this is another step of how we overcome the misconception around competition.
Thank you for the remarks. And I think because, well, the next year's G20 theme will be recover together, stronger, and so on. I think it's more important to map our own potentials and then make collaborations where everyone can fill in another. So we complement each other to grow stronger post-pandemic era. Lastly, because we're at the end of our session now, I would like for Mr. Joshua to make a kind of closing remarks and that wrap the session. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for all the panelists to contribute on this on the first panels, and also to everyone who's making this event happening. I think this is a very important event, and when we're talking about the creative economy, we're talking about this added value, and we're talking about the added value based on the intellectual properties, and with the support of the digital ecosystem, this would be our future to recover. And let's hope that these events will make outcomes of those programs, and hopefully, as you said, collaborations between the Asian nations and businesses as well to support the recovery of the economy through the creative economy sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the speakers. I think we all have our fairly valuable takeaways from this session with all the keywords that was also delivered by Mr. Joshua. Thank you. I'm Tita Larasati, and I'm putting it back to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, panelists, and discussants. We will now adjourn for coffee break for 30 minutes. For those joining us here, the refreshments are served right outside of the ballroom. For those joining us virtually, you may also enjoy your own coffee and snack wherever you are. We will be back shortly with 2 more panel sessions. See you soon.
understand their stories and where they're coming from, these rural communities, I think it gives you a deeper understanding of what they need to be able to, grow. And when they grow, we grow. Hi, my name is Aparna Saxena. I'm CEO of Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an impact business based in Indonesia, and we work with women artisan weaving communities in the east of Indonesia, primarily focused in NTT, Ntb, and South Sulawesi. So I would say being a sustainable brand globally itself is tough, but I believe with more awareness it's becoming easier. Specific to Indonesia, I think again it's about awareness creation, it's about addressing the mindset, because the moment I think the market or the people think sustainable, they think, oh, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be mahal, so yeah, I cannot wear it daily, and it's not something that's going to be functional, right? Because sustainability, being green, being ethical is associated with being expensive. And I think that's the mindset change that needs to be addressed, because what happens with sustainability is that it lasts longer. So versus fast fashion, where you wear fast, it gets worn out fast and you buy again, slow fashion or sustainable brands actually last long and give higher and longer customer lifetime value. Ethos is community, quality and compassion. The world needs you, we need you. Join the movement and become local heroes.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Vạn Phúc Traditional Silk Village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Vạn Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Hang Chung village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Vạn Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate for differently abled people in Vietnam aged 15 and over is 36%, which means, in average, over 7 out of 10 differently abled people are unemployed. Lê Việt Cường, a differently abled person with the desire to help his community get a stable income from useful work, decided to go around Hà Đông district to recruit a team of differently abled people to together with him bear the solutions. Through survey and experimentation, Vạn Art was born in the middle of Vạn Phúc, wishing to solve the problems of the silk village and, simultaneously, overcome unemployment rates for differently abled people. Silk scraps from the textile factories with the techniques of silk grafting by skillful hands of differently abled workers at Vạn Art are now turned into beautiful, unique products. Folk paintings, the masterpieces of Vietnamese culture, are now revived by the artisans of Vạn Art with those colorful scraps in áo dài, t-shirts, bags, paintings, and etc. Besides, Vạn Art develops experiential tours to introduce traditional craft villages to many domestic and foreign tourists. They will get opportunities to visit the traditional silk production activities of Vạn Phúc and then return to Vạn Art to join the silk crafting work with the special artisans of Vạn Art's family. First, through the silk crafting activities inspired by folk paintings and experiential tours, Vạn Art helps preserve the folk painting culture of Vietnam, maintain traditions of the craft village, protect the environment, and especially provide differently abled people with sustainable jobs.
Wah, karya dari Kayla dan Dava.
Ding 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 ding.
Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion will commence shortly. Please kindly take your seat, and those joining virtually, please kindly return to your screen. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion. We will now proceed to our second panel of the day. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Miguel Ángel Esquivias Padilla. Originally from Mexico, Mr. Esquivias is a full-time researcher at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Erlangga University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Esquivias.
Good morning, everyone in Bali, and good evening for those joining us from Canada, the United States, and other regions. Welcome, everyone, to this second panel session. We have a very nice first panel session with a lot of insights, and we are expecting that this second one will contribute to this discussion. We are focusing now on the topic of fostering creative economic policy to accelerate the economic development in the ASEAN. Well, we are very excited to have this conversation here with three panelists who are real creators, innovators. They have promoted a number of initiatives that have changed, that have impact in the world of culture, in the world of innovation. There are also policymakers who will give us some very interesting insights on how can we promote and support those businesses within the creative economy. We understand that creative economy is like an intersection between people with different views. We have the artists, the creators, the innovators. We have the business people. We have government with a set of policies that if those policies are in place, they can actually help this creative economy to grow and to thrive as we are all expected. Well, it's certainly clear that the ASEAN has an enormous potential from so many different perspectives, culturally, ethnically, from the artistic point of view, environmentally, of course, the large young population, which is a source of innovation. And we are thinking what sorts of policies can help precisely to push forward and more rapidly this economic, this creative economy. Well, without furthermore, let's go into our first panelist. I shortly introduce, we are going to have three wonderful panel speakers. First, Susana Tantapsaya, who is the founder and executive director of Creative Migration. Good evening there in the United States. Then we will continue with Ibu Mira Tayyiba, who is the Secretary General of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology in Indonesia. And then our third panelist will be Steve Tipman, Executive Director, Trade Facilitation Office in Canada. And then we will have some wonderful comments here from Alexander Depo. Okay, so I introduce briefly our first panelist. I say briefly because the curriculum vitae is very extensive. Susana Tantapsaya, she is the founder and executive director of Creative Migration. Her career has spanned so many fields, from music, art, film, journalism, and she has a lot of experiences in architecture, in film, in journalism, in radio, and it's amazing to see all the experience of Susana. She holds a bachelor's degree in photojournalism from the Hussman School of Journalism and Media and the University of North Carolina. And then afterwards, she went through a very long career and experience in so many fields. And she is, since 2015, she has been a global ambassador for the Royal Society of Arts in London. So welcome, Susana. Thanks for sharing with us today. Time is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And it's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this event. I am Susanna Tantensop, the founder and executive director of Creative Migration. I will explain more about our organization and how it relates to the themes of this panel. So we can go back to the presentation. I'll get that going. And so I thought about, we're going to give an introduction about what we do and then weave it into the conversation. So I thought about creatives and the economy and how policy and equity will lead towards economic growth. We can go to the next slide. Great. And so we'll have three different sections. One is the background on our organization, one are some programs, and then the third is a call to action so that we can involve all of you within our work. So first, the background. So Creative Migration is a women of color-led international arts organization based in Los Angeles and also in Bangkok, Thailand. So we have a presence in both regions and try and create a through line between both locations. So I founded Creative Migration in 2005 in California, and then expanded operations in 2018 to Thailand in order to launch our largest project to date, Bangkok 1899, which I will give you some more information in a few minutes. And our vision and values are that arts and culture are essential services to society, contributing to our overall well-being. Our nonprofit weaves together the following methodologies in order to achieve greater interconnectedness through our work. We use cultural diplomacy, inclusive design, and environmentally regenerative practices. So right now, I hate to say, we're not even post-pandemic. Post-2020, we started restructuring the entire organization to adjust to the new global order, and our current mission is evolving to focus primarily on net zero storytelling. And so what that means is that we have different ways of storytelling, which is not only film and TV, but it could be audio, radio podcasts, performances, multimedia, even just actual good old publications made out of paper, immersive experiences, and placemaking. And so everything from this point forward will fall under this multidisciplinary umbrella. So I'll give you some program examples. First is Bangkok 1899. So this is our flagship brick and mortar that we established in early 2019. It is a restored building that was built in 1899, hence the name. And we can move on to the next slide, even though that one is quite gorgeous. And we are an egalitarian cultural and civic hub. We have several different strands that will start to fall under the net zero storytelling umbrella. We have an international artist residency that has been on pause for a while because of the pandemic, but we are starting it back up next year. We have exhibition and events. We have a very large public garden, which is quite important to Bangkok because that city has the least amount of public green space of any major city in Asia. So we are adding to that to provide that to the public at large. And we have a social impact cafe. And that picture is from one of our last artists in residence, Jay Carlon, who was there in January and February of 2020. And he's Filipino-American and explored his father's migrant history, immigrating to California, and how that affected his own life and queer identity. So this was an immersive dance performance. It's another nice shot of our building. So Bangkok 1899 is actually it is Creative Migration comes alive. So it is an actual physical manifestation of the essence of who we are as an organization. And we did receive initial founding support from the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Motor Company Fund, and the Royal Society of Arts in London. And what's really personal to me is that this came from me needing to understand my own heritage. I grew up in America. My mother is American. My father is Thai. I only spent short trips to Thailand growing up. And so I never really connected to my own culture. And I didn't grow up with any of my Thai side of my family. So doing this project personally gave me an opportunity to understand the side of myself. And other folks that are in my situation who are mixed race or diasporic individuals who feel like they exist in a third culture really have connected with our space because we create sort of the space that welcomes everybody. And it is the essence of culture diplomacy which drives our mission. So here's another fun project that we started during the pandemic, the Climate Crisis Hotline. And we prototyped it in August 2020 at the Institute of Contemporary Art, Los Angeles. And we had a week-long event of on-site and online workshops and discussions, which culminated in us launching it on a local radio station, K-Chung Radio, the hotline, which is 1-833-EMO4-ECO. And it's basically the crux of the project is that we now as a society are experiencing climate despair, eco-anxiety, and having these feelings without per se the words or terms to validate these very real feelings from the changing planet. So this is a safe space for people to call. When we prototyped it, we did a live call line, but we have a dedicated 24/7 voicemail system. So anybody can call this number and leave a message talking about how you feel about what's happening with the planet. We are now an active part of the Hollywood Climate Summit since September 2021, and that will be a relationship that will continue to grow. So if you could press the video, we'll play a little sample. I think you just click right on it. Is it not working? Or I could play the video. So why don't I just do that? I will share my screen. Hang on just one moment. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Excellent. So.
Hello. Thank you for dialing the Climate Crisis Hotline. This is a public experiment in collective expression. Leave us a message after the tone.
Well, it's mostly a feeling of fear and despair, but also righteous anger. The water came in and it just decimated everything. And there was, I don't know, maybe 20 feet of water. And everything I had made over the last 5 years was destroyed. Totally destroyed.
It gets really depressing, especially when there's people out there who still don't believe that there is this crisis. That's the hardest thing to deal with, I think.
By leaving a message, you consent that your voice may be anonymously added to our ongoing archive of eco-emotions collected during the Hollywood Climate Summit.
All right. So Could we get the presentation back up again? Thank you. So now that it got a little emotional, let's go into a call to action. So what I was thinking about with the topics for discussion in this panel is that about inclusion and equity. So artists and creatives need to be included at the table for policy decisions. They literally propel the creative economy. And without official representation, there cannot be equity for the contributors to this very valuable sector. They are the heart of this sector. The creative class are an asset to post-pandemic recovery, yet they are often overlooked and underpaid. Their natural inclination towards systems thinking can drive economic development through adaptive strategies, cooperation, experimentation, and innovation. And this is something that myself and my colleagues talk about constantly, and it's something that needs to change because artists and creatives are always left out of the policymaking decisions, and that is slowly getting a little better, but they need to be really included within all discussions to some degree. Next slide. And this is a quote from the Los Angeles Mayor, Eric Garcetti. Art has the power to transform our perception, attitude, and behavior. Another thing that is very important to economic policy for development is the climate crisis. After a very, very imperfect climate agreement from COP26, it is clear that mitigating environmental collapse needs to be at the forefront of economic policy. And just like scientists, artists and creatives use their right brains to engage in abstract problem solving, which can move us towards reversing environmental collapse, the climate crisis, all of it. Creative Migration, as an organization, we have employed environmentally regenerative practices throughout our projects and day-to-day operations since 2011. So this is something that we practice actively on a day-to-day basis. Next slide. So this is an exciting thing that I would like to share with the group, and we hope that you will want to be involved. So storytelling can deconstruct existing narratives and influence global culture. So our organization right now, myself in particular, we're consulting with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to draft an entertainment industry net zero accord, or ENZA, which is a working title, to align with the Paris Accord. And here's a couple pictures from a sustainably produced film that we made 2011 through 2013, and it was released in 2014. Some behind the scenes footage. Next slide. And through working with the Hollywood Climate Summit and young entertainment activists, I have been invited to participate in ENZA due to my own perspective, experience, and ability to connect the West with the global South. So this international initiative focuses on organized action, project structuring, events to facilitate communication across the sector regarding environmental practice and storytelling. And the exciting thing is, like, this will be released at COP27 next year in Egypt. Next slide. So here is a great QR code, so you can just put your phone right up to the screen. We really want participation from the ASEAN region in order for greater equity, diversity, inclusion for this entertainment industry net zero accord. It needs to be truly global, and all of you need to have a seat at the table to have equal representation within this initiative. So I will also, I can share in the chat. I don't know if people can see it, but I can share the link as well if people aren't able to access the QR code to participate with us. And there's a little sign-up sheet to give your information, and if you're interested in helping us craft this. Next slide. So here's my name, title, organization, and two of our websites, Creative Migration, also Bangkok 1899. And it's been, wonderful to be a part of this. And if you have any questions, please let me know. And Sam from which is the Young Entertainment Activist, also just sent the link to the host so they can share it with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for sharing with us. Something amazing from your work is that you have collaborated with creative people, artists, musicians, people from the film sector, environmentalists, architects. I mean, it's amazing to see how can you collaborate with people with so many different fields, which actually a key word during the previous session was that creativity actually needs a lot of cooperation, a lot of working together with other people. And perhaps later during the question and session and answer question, we can come back to see if you can share with us how can you put together creative people and make big projects take place with high impact. Huh? Okay, so now we move to a second panel with a second panelist. Part of this putting together people also requires that policy is in place. And actually, we have the honor to have as a second panelist, Ibu Mira Tayiba, who is currently, she is the Secretary General for the Indonesian Ministry of Communications and Informatics. But actually, if we take a look into the 20 years of careers of Bu Mira in different ministries, actually she has been in the head front. I mean, she has been a very direct help for the implementation of a lot of initiatives. For example, in e-commerce, in digital creative economy, in digital infrastructure. She has led various nation digital initiatives, for example, the broadband plan, the Indonesian's e-commerce roadmap, the Indonesian digital roadmap of 2021-2024, and she is also a member of the ICT Council since 2014. Okay, so I think Bu Mira can help us to see how policy making, when it's put in place, can help to orchestrate, and to empower those small businesses and large businesses and creative people to be able to grow and to contribute to the creative economy. Hi, Bu Mira, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Miguel. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly well. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for the kind introduction. I guess I'd like to turn the table a bit to see what we've been doing in terms of policies in Indonesia. So again, thank you, Miguel, and distinguished speakers, Mrs. Susana Tantan Sakya, very nice to meet you, and Mr. Steve Dickman, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia and ASEAN for the successful convening of the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum. The discussion on how to foster creative economy policy is not only crucial, but we really believe that it also very timely, as all ASEAN countries are racing towards the post-COVID-19 recovery. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, the creative economy sector was recorded as one of the fastest growing sectors in every region of the world. This sector was also deemed to be highly transformative due to its spillover effects that stimulated innovation in other sectors, including in terms of income generation, job creation, and export earnings. Moreover, the creative economy sector also provides major contribution to the digital transformation agenda worldwide, especially since the COVID-19 outbreak has pushed people to go online in an unprecedented way. At this juncture, I'd like to discuss the challenges and opportunities of creative economy sector to contribute in delivering economic growth for an accelerated development, as well as to highlight the works of Ministry of Communications and Informatics of the Republic of Indonesia in supporting and facilitating the creative economy as part of the digital economy sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, we know that digital economy is undoubtedly a strong partner for creative economy sector. as the emerging use of new internet media technologies and social media has been facilitating people to deliver their creative products online. According to Google Temasek Bain study in 2020, the cumulative value of digital transaction in ASEAN countries was recorded to reach $105 billion in 2020 and predicted to reach $309 billion in 2025. Online media was specifically considered to be one of the leading digital markets with an estimated share of $10 billion with 18% growth rate in 2025. For the past 6 years, our government, the government of Indonesia, has been working tirelessly to develop creative economy sector as an effort to diversify sources of economic growth. In 2020, Opus Creative Economy report illustrated that creative economy contributed around 1,200 trillion rupiah to Indonesia GDP. Separately, the number of labor absorption in this sector is also reported to reach 17 million people in 2019. So this achievement has put Indonesia to be one of the top 3 countries with largest share of creative economy sector to GDP, along with the US and South Korea. In the early stage of creative economy development, Indonesia's Statistic Agency reported that the top 3 subsectors with largest contribution to GDP were culinary, fashion, and crafts, while the 3 priority subsectors with significant rate of growth were film industry, game application, and music. On this note, we fully acknowledge that enabling ecosystem and multi-stakeholders collaboration are essential to the advancement of creative economy. Based on this consideration, the government of Indonesia has provided legal certainty in creating and developing creative economic ecosystem through the enactment of Law Number 24, year 2019 regarding creative economy. However, the COVID-19 outbreak has caused significant setback to the growth of creative industries. Last year, UNESCO estimated that the cancellation of public performances alone has cost roughly 30% of royalties globally. Meanwhile, the global film industry has also lost $7 billion in revenues due to the COVID-19 social distancing measures. Responding to this crisis, many creative industries have taken advantage on the use of digital technology to survive amid the COVID-19 outbreak, as seen in music, game, video, and advertising industries. The creative sectors have actually been at the vanguard of experimenting with innovative models of digital production and distribution. By far, the biggest revenue source for the digital economy comes from digital cultural goods such as ebooks, music, video, and games. A recent report from CISEC, a global collective rights management organization for music industry, recorded that in Indonesia, the use of music in digital market alone has grown 52.6% in 2020. So having this in mind, I guess ASEAN countries could maximize the potentials of creative economic sector in contributing to the region's economic growth and recovery. A recent study from Deloitte this year, 2021, remarks that creative economy is likely to be a key driver for economic growth. The creative economic sector represents as a value chain from the creation of ideas to consumption. There are 3 categories of linkages within creative economic sectors, namely creative supply chains, shared intellectual property, and creative technology. The creative supply chains in creative economic sector represents the mutualism of its players, since each of them are supplier to and from each other. Additionally, the creative supply chain also supports growth of business outside and inside the creative economic sector itself, since the work of creative economy usually involves various sectors. The creative economy industry also embraces the activities of shared intellectual property or IP, where each of the business contributes to the development of the others. As the nature of creative supply chain, where each business are suppliers to the others, the activities of licensing, sub-licensing, or assigning IP, such as stories, characters, lyrics, or music, are common to be done. The shared IP helps business to develop their products and grow mutually, albeit the existing competition between businesses in the sector. And creative technology also has facilitated the development of creative economy. On one hand, the development of creative technology has supported creative economy to be more attractive and innovative through the adoption of advanced technologies such as AI and machine learning. On the other hand, creative economy activities have also fueled the demand of digital media technology. Nowadays, it is nearly impossible to have a media technology without creative economy potential. Such linkages need creative economy value chain into a symbiotic relationship that creates mutually beneficial relationships, which could reinforce potential growth in multiple areas. Ladies and gentlemen, given such characteristics, the creative economy sector holds significant economic opportunities to drive an inclusive and sustainable growth. Nonetheless, such economic opportunities are faced with certain threats that might hamper its growth. In the digital sphere, copyright infringement, for example, or known as online film piracy, has been threatening the sustainability of the creative economy industry. In 2019 alone, Association of Video Industry in Asia recorded online piracy has deprived Indonesian TV and online video sectors at approximately $1 billion in revenue. Such loss of revenue resulted with potential loss of employment at 16,000 direct and indirect jobs that could have been created. Responding to that, we, together with relevant stakeholders, have carried out vigorous effort to counter online piracy by having blocked famous movie piracy website. The public's behavior of visiting piracy website has been significantly reduced from 63% to 28% over a 10-month period. Our ministry remains consistent to carry out the takedown effort for copyright infringement contents, which from January to November this year, we have taken down more than 3,000 contents on the internet. As President Joko Widodo has mandated, Indonesia has taken steps to maximize its digital potential through digital transformation initiatives in 4 strategic sectors, namely digital infrastructure, digital government, digital economy, and digital society. Including for the creative economy sector, our ministry has taken measures to foster its growth and development through digital transformation agenda. So I'd like to highlight our work. So first is a robust digital infrastructure as a precondition of productive digital ecosystem, including for creative economy sector. Against this backdrop, our government has been working tirelessly to deploy 4G networks in more than 12,500 villages and expected to be finished next year. Although 4G network remains as the backbone of the nation's connectivity, we have also started the commercial operation of 5G networks. The 5G deployment is envisioned to accelerate the utilization of new technologies such as AI, cloud computing, machine learning, which may support the advancement of creative economy. The second program that our ministry is working on is on digital economy. Our ministry is conducting priority programs that facilitate digital MSMEs development, digital literacy training, and digital onboarding assistance. Additionally, we have a forum called ComInfo Digital Economy Forum, presents a regular communication platform between the government and private sector in order to drive and develop the domestic digital economy ecosystem, including creative economy. On digital government, we stand ready to create a productive ecosystem for creative economic sectors to grow through ensuring good digital ecosystem governance and protecting IP commercialization. And the fourth, the digital society, we deliver several digital literacy programs and trainings to cater the need of 9 million digital talents by 2030. In non-formal education, the effort is conducted by facilitating the training of basic digital skills, intermediate digital skills, as well as advanced digital skills. Our ministry is also conducting several programs in formal education through the provision of a postgraduate scholarship in ICT sector. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remarks, I would like to re-emphasize on how the advancement of digital technology have created unlimited opportunities to almost all subsectors of creative economy to be more efficient and productive in each chain, including the process of creation, production, distribution, consumption, as well as conservation. Therefore, all stakeholders, including but not limited to government, private sector, creative workers, and society, have to work hand in hand in unleashing the full potential of creative economy through the use of digital technology. Lastly, it is encouraging to note that this forum has raised many important issues on fostering creative economic policy, to which the Ministry of Communication and Informatics would be pleased to address as an effort to accelerating development in Indonesia. Thank you, and I'm looking forward for a fruitful discussion. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you very much, Bu Mira, for the wonderful insights, and the statistics are very graphic in the sense that we can see the large potential that Indonesia and the other ASEAN countries actually have in front. No? The creative economy it's tremendously large here. And actually we are going to jump into the next panel session, in which Steve Tippman, who is the Executive Director of Trade Facilitation Office in Canada, his company is actually trying to help small and medium-sized enterprises in many countries, including ASEAN, developing countries in ASEAN, to actually reach the Canadian market and to reach global markets, which means it's a way to bridge this large potential with the reality of being able to export and to bring the products to global markets. So I would like to welcome Steve. I repeat, he's Executive Director of Trade Facilitation Office, TFO, in Canada. Steve is responsible for the overall administration, the strategic management, and reporting to the board of directors of TFO. He has more than 25 years of experience, both in the private and non-profit sectors. He has spent much of his career working in areas of international trade and development. He has spent also several years working for Livingstone International, which is a trade service company. And also he's a former member of board directors of the Canadian Association of International Development Professionals. Well, Steve, welcome, and thanks for joining us during this seminar.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be joining you today. I thank you so much to the conference organizers for the kind invitation. It really is an honor to be among such esteemed colleagues, esteemed panelists. So I'm going to share my screen, and I want to make sure that everybody can see it. I think, okay, great. So as Miguel mentioned, well, I'll just, I guess, start by just saying what I'm going to be covering during my short intervention. And so talk a little bit about who TFO Canada is, and what we're all about, talk about some of our recent experiences in the creative economy in the ASEAN region, as well as thoughts around a roadmap for trade and services for ASEAN countries, using examples from other countries where we worked in digital animation and other sectors. So TFO Canada, we are a Canadian not-for-profit organization that's been around since 1980. We are based in our nation's capital in Ottawa, Canada. And I have to say, I'm a little bit jealous not being there in person in Bali, given that yesterday was the first snowfall that we received on our soil back here at home. Our statement of purpose is to improve lives through the creation of sustainable trade partnerships for exporters from developing countries with Canadian and foreign buyers. And the beneficiaries of our work are really the tens of thousands of small and medium enterprises. We work very closely with trade support institutions, which are often business associations, trade promotion organizations. And they become our eyes and ears in many of the countries where we're working. And of course, we worked in many developing countries in Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, Middle East, and Asia. The services that we provide, so they're kind of broken up into three different categories. And so there's information, advice, and contact. And so we have a lot of research and information seminars that are provided. And these are all free of cost, available on our website. And for the three main constituents, which are really the small, medium enterprise in the developing countries, the trade support institutions, as well as importers that are interested in our services as well. The advice, we do a lot of information around familiarization of markets, product adaptation, development, product promotion, and a lot, and you'll see in some of the examples I'll talk about, where we really work on building the capacity of the small, medium enterprise, as well as the trade support institutions to be able to support and access foreign markets. And of course, the contact services is really important. We help to facilitate business-to-business meetings through exporter trade missions, buyer missions, and of course, certainly over the last almost 2 years now, much more working in a virtual environment. Sectors, we work very much in the food and beverage, apparel, textile, footwear, fashion, accessories, home decor. As you can appreciate, many sectors that we worked on over the years, and our service delivery is really internationally experienced project management team based here in Canada. And we also work with an extensive network of associates, both in Canada and many of the countries where we're working, who are oftentimes trade specialists, sector experts, and researchers. Why do we focus on trade and development? So this is a question that I'm often asked. And so, when I look at, the importance of this, there's a couple of good guides. So certainly the World Bank and the World Trade Organization, and a publication that's already 6 years old, they found that trade is really a critical enabler of growth and really there to help to create more and better jobs for the world's poor. The International Trade Center, which is collaboration between the United Nations and the WTO, based in Geneva, they've done research that shows how SMEs are the missing link for inclusive and sustainable development, and that $1 spent on export promotion can generate $87 of additional exports and actually increase a country's GDP by $384. We're very focused, and so, our work is really to help promote trade, but it's also very much grounded in development, international development. And so we look to the United Nations SDGs, and we're very anchored on goal number 5, which is around achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls, as well as goal number 8, which is promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. Looking at Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy, We are very aligned, again, to gender equality empowerment for women and girls, as well as another goal, which is really focused on growth that works for everyone. So I'm going to shift gears now and talk a little bit more about some of our recent experience and examples of some projects that we've led. And so the first one I want to briefly share is a project that we did a few years ago called Artisan Hub. And the website is still active, by the way. And this was a great partnership funding that we received from the Canadian government, as well as the International Development Research Center that's based here in Ottawa. And really what we were looking to do was to support small, medium enterprise in 8 least developed countries, and really to help to showcase some of the great artisan work, whether it be specialty apparel, beautiful handbags, silk scarves, really artisanal kind of products to introduce them into the Canadian marketplace. And one way to do it was to actually also showcase and highlight the benefits of sourcing products from these countries, as well as the trade, the preferential tariff treatments that existed. And so certainly when you look at Canada, there is a policy. It's called the Canadian Market Access Initiative, which is very much focused on supporting least developed countries so that they enjoy duty-free and quota-free status on almost every product that they could sell into the Canadian market. And so we had a very staged approach where we were able to actually bring samples. We brought some 400 samples from these 8 countries representing over 60 companies. And we actually did a bit of a roadshow, getting advice, feedback, thoughts from the buyers themselves, Canadian buyers, as well as boutique owners, retailers, importers, and just kind of talking about how the saleability of some of these products might be. And we did the roadshow in the cities of Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. From there, we narrowed the list down to some 30 companies that came to a trade show in Toronto in 2017. And we saw quite a lot of success by at least half of the companies. And so the next year, we were actually able to bring them to New York City for the large New York Now show. And so this here is a bit of a testimonial from one of our project participants. It's Village Works based in Cambodia. And it's really a social enterprise that is a member of the World Fair Trade Organization. And it's managed and led by women. They produce and export silk products, quality silk products like bags, scarves, and interior decoration. And they are made of silk as well as recycled materials. And what's really interesting, and this is really a testament to what we aim to achieve in any project that we are pursuing, is from the director at Village Works, who participated at the New York Now show. And she talked about how through the support that she received, they were able to have 40 additional women artisans trained, including 25 that had been affected by polio at the Phnom Penh Center. And their participation, just to the one show alone, actually translated into $87,000 in total sales. And so, this is a good example of how we can use, trade to achieve development outcomes. The next project I want to talk about is actually one that's ongoing right now, and it's called the Women in Trade for Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. It started in 2019 and will run till October of 2024. And again, this is a project that's funded by the Canadian government through the ministry called Global Affairs Canada. And Women in Trade builds on the capacity of the trade support institutions to engage more women in leadership positions and to improve the ability of women-led exporters to understand and meet the demand of Canadian and foreign buyers. We're also focused on sectors that have a high employment potential for women. So, we do certainly work a lot in agricultural products and processed food, but we're also looking at home decor, footwear, cosmetics, and again, services which are often the ICT services creative sector. Our reach is we actually are working in 24 developing countries, including 3 ASEAN countries of Indonesia, Vietnam, and Cambodia. That being said, our online services, what we call our trade information services, they're actually accessible and they're available to any developing country that is under the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development Assistance Committee. And so this also includes the ASEAN countries of the Philippines, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. And of course, through this effort, we've actually been able to find other funders to augment and to increase the potential of this project. And so, for example, we've worked with the Islamic Development Bank in a couple of countries like Bangladesh and Senegal. And we've worked with, once again, with IDRC here in Canada to do more targeted research on trade and development, really focused on gender and trade, to help us to better program for the future. And so, activities in the ASEAN countries under this project. And so again, if you look at the sectors we're working in for Indonesia, Vietnam, and Cambodia, you'll notice that in Indonesia, we are very focused on the ICT sector as well as processed food. In Vietnam, it's specialty apparel, home decor, fashion accessories, handicrafts, as well as Cambodia. Some of the work that we've already performed is we have training, very specialized training on gender equality and social inclusion. We've also been doing some training of trainers. So again, part of the continuity and certainly the sustainability of this project is to ensure that there's a knowledge transfer and that we have our partners on the ground that are well equipped to be able to support and to train the small and medium enterprises themselves to be successful in their exporting aspirations. And then further down, we still have in the plans to do training of the small and medium enterprises themselves in all 3 countries, as well as market access activities. And for all 3 countries, they've targeted both Canada and the US as being markets that they would like to target under this project. And so maybe the last part of this intervention for me is to kind of talk a little bit about our trade and services offering and to kind of share a possible roadmap for the SMEs as well as trade promotion organizations in the ASEAN region. And again, this is based on our experience of having done similar kind of work in other countries. So making the case for this type of endeavor around trade and services. And so one of the things that we see when we're looking at trade and services, we are talking about ICT, digital creative, software, app development, animation, audiovisual, digital marketing. Those are really kind of the primary focuses under this type of a product service offering. When we look at the demand side, there is a critical shortage of tech talent, both in Canada and the United States. And so, that's on the demand side. When we look at the supply side, we acknowledge that developing countries have rapid technology advancements. They have a younger population, highly educated, and very similar culturally as well. So the solution is to really look at exporter readiness for small and medium enterprise, helping them with their export planning, one-on-one coaching, market connections, and of course, matchmaking with Canadian and or US buyers. And the benefits, of course, is increased jobs, not just increased jobs for ASEAN countries, but oftentimes it's actually increasing jobs in Canada or the United States, because these companies that are looking for partnerships in ASEAN region, they're not turning down work due to lack of resources. They have solid partnerships in other countries where they can actually be able to, outsource some of the work. Other benefits, of course, increased skills. It's very tied to economic development activities. It is market driven. And it's inclusive, very customizable. I mean, obviously, at the very start of any of these types of engagements, we want to be able to make sure that we are understanding the context in both the supply side countries as well as the demand side. And so this here is kind of a bit of a roadmap. And of course, again, everything is customized and really based on the needs and the opportunity. And so, phase one is really around the project preparation. So this is where a lot of the consultation happens. There's a needs assessment and looking at customizing. And so you see that typically this is about a 3-month process, where we're working with the small medium enterprise, giving them information, reviewing their applications, their websites, and of course consulting with them to see and to try to assess their level of readiness to be able to embark on such a program. With the trade promotion organization, there's a lot of planning that can happen, launching of the program. We want to customize the course content and material. And of course, this is where the trainer selection happens, because again, one of the key pieces for the work that we do is to ensure that, when the project is over, that the trade promotion organization is well equipped to continue on to be able to do this type of initiative supporting SMEs in their exporting aspirations. From there, we're looking at the export readiness, market intelligence. We're doing sector intelligence, and again, doing consultations and coaching. So phase 2 is really focused on that, and it's capacity building, it's training, it's coaching, it's helping to develop export plans for the SMEs themselves. Phase 3 of this type of a roadmap is really around the connections, and so doing trade missions and B2B matchmaking. Often obviously can be virtual trade missions, or we've done certainly pre-pandemic in-person visits and meetings as well. And phase 4 is very much focused on the sustainability. So we have in the past done soft landing programs in a couple of different Canadian cities where often it's the municipality, the Economic Development Office, that's looking to help foreign companies to locate and to connect with potential business partners and to create lasting customer interactions. And of course, from the trade promotion organization perspective, we are looking at how do we certify them to say that yes, they're ready to go. They're able to actually support SMEs beyond the life of the project itself. And so, in conclusion, just wanted to share that obviously TFO Canada has been working with ASEAN developing countries creative economy over the past several years. We do believe that technical assistance and supporting the enabling environment are important considerations when you're looking at accelerating economic development in ASEAN. And so this is particularly true in a post-COVID-19 economic recovery environment. And we believe that we are well aligned with the commitments of this conference in mainstreaming the creative economy to gain global attention, support, increase economic growth, and of course to strengthen the resilience and ability of the sector that is facing post-pandemic challenges and opportunities. And with that, I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Steve, for sharing with us this initiative. Yes, we are going to go, we will be back with you, Steve, for some questions. Actually, I encourage all the participants here to start thinking about possible questions for the panelists, and also for all the people joining us either through Zoom or through the YouTube channel to please drop your questions there to have a more interesting discussion here. I mean, to develop the discussion today. Okay, so before going to the question and answer session, I will like to invite our discussant today, who is Alexander Dipo. Okay, so Alexander Dipo, currently he's the head of SME Bank in Bank Mandiri. He's formerly the head of commercial banking, also in Bank Mandiri. He's formerly the executive staff of the Minister of the Badan Usaha Milik Negara, or the national businesses. And then in education, he has a bachelor in economic development by the University of Indonesia, master's degree. He holds 2 master's degrees, one of them by Universitas Gadjah Mada in management, and also an MBA by Cambridge Business School. Okay, Alexander Dipo, welcome. Thanks for coming to this session today. So, time is yours.
Thank you, Miguel, for the introduction. I would like to say hello to everybody. Good morning to all panelists and participants of this event. First of all, I would like to thank you for the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the opportunity, the invitation that they are given to us. And then congratulations also, because this is a very wonderful event, very useful and very insightful for many participants that come and join here. To begin with, probably I would like to sum up something about how is the view of the banking sector in Indonesia to the economic creative itself. Basically, the banking sector in Indonesia are very welcome and very excited to support the development of the economic creative. There is some reason why we have that view. The first reason, because we believe that major businesses that comes from the economic creative sector come from the micro and small medium enterprise, whereas they are the backbone of our economy in Indonesia. So by giving opportunity to them, meaning that we also giving opportunity the economy of Indonesia to develop. And the second reason is also we believe, based on the historical data, that the small medium enterprise is proven to be resilient to many different economic situations that happen in this country. And the third reason is because we believe that by supporting the economic creative through the small medium enterprise, we give a direct impact to the society. That's our perspective from the banking sector, Miguel. We also have some of the program that to support all the development of economic creative. We support through financing. We have collaboration with P2P lending, e-commerce. We also develop some of the SME center that they can come and give the opportunity to give access to finance, to give access to capability, taxes, digital, etc. I mean, we 100% support the development of the small medium, especially for the digital economic creative Indonesia. Thank you, Miguel.
Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you very much, Dipo, for sharing with us about the banking sector. Actually, I think it was mentioned in the first panel session that actually finance is very much needed for this sector. There is high risk because innovation and creativity projects are always, they have some degree of risk. And for instance, the finance is crucial here. So thank you for sharing with us. Okay, actually we are jumping now into the question and answer block. I would like to open first for people in this panel, for people physically present here. Is there anyone who would like to raise any question for any of our panelists, including Dipo?
If I may, Miguel.
Okay, we can start with you, please.
I'm very interested to what Susanna presented in the beginning. As you mentioned, Susanna, in your presentation, that there is a need of intervention from the policymaker to attract and to protect investors for their equity that they will put in for the economic creative. Can you elaborate more on that? I mean, like what kind of support on the policymaker side, or what kind of protection that actually the business in economic creative needs from your point of view, of course. Thank you.
Sure. work a lot with artists and creatives, and so many of the small businesses sometimes are one person or a small group of people. But what is very readily apparent, and what happens in my conversations with my colleagues constantly, is that there is very little inclusion for the people that are coming up with the creative work that is literally the heart of the creative economy, meaning like film, TV, music, fashion, all the products that end up being consumed. The people that create it aren't a part of the policy discussions. And so with not having that equal representation, I think it is impossible to actually have a sustainable creative economy without having that equal representation. And that's with any sector, right? So there needs to be voices heard from the people that are making the work, be a part of the larger policy discussions. And there are, I am not as familiar with ASEAN groups because I have not found them, and particularly not in Bangkok, where we are also located, but at least in the United States, there's the Americans for the Arts, there's Arts for LA. There are groups that are helping artists and creatives connect to policy and understand policy and be a part of affecting policy. And I think that without making a truly inclusive economy, that you can't have a successful economy because there'll be a disconnect.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Susana, for this sharing. From you, Deepak, is there any additional question you would like to raise to any of the panelists?
If I may, I have one more question. I mean, to Bu Mira, thank you for the lovely presentation, Bu. There is already full support by the government of Indonesia for the business, the economic creative through digital. Other than the policy and the program that the government already made so far, is there anything else that from your perspective, Bu, need to be in place rather than the support of the government program policies? Is there anything else that need to be in place, Bu, from your perspective?
Great.
Thank you, Alex. I think based on our observation, when we're talking about creative economy or creators, many of them, at least in our case, in Indonesia case, many of them are the micro businesses, not even small businesses. And for them to grow, to be productive, they need funding, of course. But they cannot just go to the banks to propose for the loans because their assets, it's not enough for to get loans from the bank. So I think it is interesting that you are from the banking sides. We do have what we call it, I'm sure you're familiar with the fiducia, what is it, fiducia, something like our assets can be, put in the banks and they have to appraise our projects and to decide what the size of the loans that they can get. So I think it is still challenging to provide capitals for the micro businesses because they do not have the cash flow, they do not have the tangible assets. So I think that's about it. For the productive side is the capital side. From our side is of course to help them to be able to use the digital technology. So I guess the program like onboarding MSMEs, especially the micro businesses, that for them to get the online business is also a big program for now. That I'm very happy that it's not only the government that's doing the program, but also collaboration with the banking, with the industry, with the academics even. So it is really a multi-stakeholders approach. I think that those two challenges, but the capital and the literacy to make use of digital technology.
Thank you, Bumira.
Okay, thank you very much, Bumira, for the answer. Okay, let's open the floor for questions. Is there anyone here from Bali who would like to raise any question for our panelists? If there is any question, please raise your hand and we will reach a microphone. Anyone else here? Okay. If there are no questions here, actually we have several questions from the Zoom. I will start with a question from Mr. Samuel Soares. He's asking, the Southeast Asia has natural potential to recover from post-pandemic COVID-19. However, there are digital infrastructure gap among ASEAN members. What will be the best approach to overcome this situation, given that the creative economy using digital platform will become dominant common platform for cross-border e-commerce on goods and services? He is raising the question for all the panelists. Anyway, if there is any of the panelists who would like to start, perhaps from Mira, which is very much related to the digital technology.
Yeah, sure, Miguel. Thank you for the question. We agree with the notion of the question that we are particularly cautious about what we call it digital paradox. On one hand, digital technology creates opportunities basically to anybody, including micro and small businesses, including for the creative economy sector. But on the other hand, inability to access digital services that can be, due to lack of infrastructure or because it is too expensive for them, or inability to make use of the digital technology will surely widen the digital divide. So as I mentioned earlier, in our case, in Indonesian case, we pay attention not only for the hard infrastructure, but also for the soft infrastructure. That means the ability for the people or for the business to make use of the digital technology. For the hard infrastructure itself, we accelerate the program. It should be like a 10-year program, but we compress it to only a few years. And next year we are scheduled to finish all the rollout of the 4G networks. So even people in the rural areas can also get benefit from the internet access. As for ASEAN, we have several documents, for example, like ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025. We also have ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework that addresses the issue of digital transformation. So we as a region also are on the same page on this one. There are things that we have to do individually or separately as an economy, but we also, come together as a region. It is already addressed in several programs, a joint program as well under ASEAN. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Actually, I will jump with Steve Tipman. In case there is anything, Steve, that you can contribute with the idea of e-commerce on cross-border of goods and services. But also there is a question here in which they're asking that next year the ASEAN will embark in the negotiation with Canada for a free trade agreement. So the question is here, could you share your views how the free trade agreement can bolster the concerned sectors specifically, considering the geographic issues and competition among ASEAN products? And what do you think will be the hardest obstacles?
Thank you for the questions. And so certainly, from an e-commerce perspective, we're very well aware, as everybody, of the proliferation and certainly the explosion of e-commerce, especially during this pandemic. And so our perspective is that, I think, investment in the infrastructure is obviously very, very important, because that helps to have more accessible for more people. And of course, affordability is going to be an important consideration as well, to make sure that nobody is left behind. And so TFO Canada, we do, as part of our services that we provide, we do much more in helping to support MSMEs as well as SMEs to be able to understand and to leverage digital technologies, and to be able to, have e-commerce strategies and a digital presence, online presence. With regards to the next question around free trade agreement, Canada, ASEAN, I think overall this could be a very important step for the economies of all the countries involved. Certainly, Canada is a very much a nation that has negotiated over the years many free trade agreements. A lot certainly with Latin American countries, with Jordan, and now looking to expand into the ASEAN region. I think keys to success there is going to be not just about the actual if and when an FTA is concluded, but then what happens next. And that's where we always kind of talk about how the enabling environment needs to be there, and to make sure that we're there to well support the institutions, so that we're able to better leverage the free trade agreement, and really explain to the SMEs themselves in terms of what the possibilities and what the opportunities are, both with Canadian companies, but also certainly with ASEAN member companies, so that they can take full advantage of the free trade agreements. And so that's not simply something for large companies to take advantage of, but it's really inclusive and has great participation.
Okay, wonderful, Steve. Okay, I would like to go a little bit to the world of art and culture. Actually, I placed a question for Susana, and I haven't given the time to answer it. Huh? Maybe, Susana, would you like to share a little bit with us on your experience on how to bring artists and how to bring creative people together and make those projects to take place? How to excite also the business people to get involved into one of these creative projects?
Well, that is a very big question, but I'll try and tackle it. So I think that the good thing about artists are that, and creatives in general, they can problem solve, and they can connect seemingly unrelated subjects together, and even help with real issues. So I'll give an example. There's a group called the Harrisons, and they have a project called the Book of Lagoons, which was made between 1974 and 1984. And they very much employed systems thinking within their work. And they actually worked with the governments in Venice, Italy, and in the Netherlands about how to mitigate actual flood rising with the water systems and restoration. So that even though they started out as an art project, they were actually able to affect real change for society. And I think that bringing artists in, just like how sometimes governments have a historian on staff, and there should be an artist, a resident artist on staff to think outside the box, think creatively, and draw connections, especially through historical models, even with art history, even with other projects. And I think that also creatives can allow people to understand very difficult subjects and create an emotional connection, which is why also Creative Migration is focusing on storytelling, because when you tackle a difficult subject, but you create an emotional connection, that has a profound effect. And I'll take a very popular recent example of even the Netflix show Squid Game, which was a big commentary on class and wealth, income inequality, and how that became a surprisingly international hit across the world, and bringing a spotlight onto Asia and more creative work in Asia, but also it allowed people to have a very emotional connection to the work, and it was very clever and visual, and the music was amazing, and it had all the right elements. But it also got people to talk about wealth inequality and what is happening with the economy in general, especially and what would drive people to do very crazy things out of desperation because they literally have nothing to lose. And I think that art and culture play a big role in getting people to understand very difficult subjects, and also can change the narrative of our popular culture and the minds of people. And so artists coming in to deal with difficult subjects, artists coming in to create something in a more appealing way, and it also makes it more fun. People want to have fun, people want to engage, people want to feel lighthearted, and that, I think, is the power of art and culture. And so, getting back to my presentation, like there needs to be inclusion and equity, and also for artists to be paid properly for their work. Because when there is more equity in the world, there is more harmony. And so I think that we have a great opportunity to do this. And I think that the world is paying more and more attention to Asia and more attention to the ASEAN region, and this is our opportunity to really push things forward.
Great. Thank you very much, Susana, for sharing with us. I invite all the participants to visit her website. It's fantastic. It's the first time that I came with the possibility of using culture to bridge diplomatic ties, and to build relations between countries. But you see how many new possibilities and scenarios opens, through the world of culture and art and music, because there is so much in common among us. Okay, thank you very much, Susana, for sharing with us. Thank you also, Bumira, for the sharing, and also for the government of Indonesia for hosting this event. Thank you also for Steve Tipman. Looking forward for future collaboration, since that there were several questions in the chat talking about if TFO is already in Malaysia and if there are other countries in ASEAN countries in which there is collaboration. So, okay, so thank you very much for sharing with us, Alexander Dipo also. Thanks for all the audience, and we end up this second session here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias, Pak Miguel. Thank you, Pak Dipo, and our three panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjourn for 1 hour lunch break. For participants at the Hilton Nusa Dua Hotel, we invite you to enjoy the meal served at Grain Restaurant on the first floor. Panel 3 will resume in 1 hour. Thank you and have a good break.
There is a belief that the ancestors of the Lao people were Nagas, and they stayed to safeguard and delivered fortune to their descendants. In return, to show respect, Lao indigenous peoples incorporate images of Nagas into their lives. They have Nagas everywhere, at the temple, at home, on their houseware items, and on their clothes. The Naga symbol comes in different shapes and forms, and they are made of various materials related to various purposes and ceremonies. Here you see the monks and villagers making a boat in the form of Nagas, which is for the preparation of Op Pansa festival, or known as the ceremony for the end of the Buddha Lent. The Naga design is also woven into textiles. Weaving the Naga motif into cloth requires several work processes, from yarn making, spinning, dyeing, making the warp, setting up the loom, creating the pattern, and weaving the cloth. Traditionally, the body part of the Nagas is mostly woven in natural white yarn, with the crest predominating in powerful colours, which is to demonstrate the supernatural powers it possesses. The dyer must therefore prepare symbolic colours, such as red, green and gold. Weaving is a cultural heritage that has been passed down from mother to daughter in oral form for centuries, but recently many weaving studios and family cottage industries in Laos have started to organize training courses in order to preserve and promote the tradition. Setting up the loom needs lots of time and patience. After making the warp, the weaver has to attach each yarn one by one into the weaving equipment. It is the fundamental process to give a perfect texture. All the yarns should be arranged in the right order and at the right tension. To create the Naga motif, the weaver should plan ahead. What technique she will apply? It can be ikat or supplementary weft or warp. And if she will prepare the design by making an illustration or following the pattern from an ancient masterpiece. The weaver has to work carefully with the position of the design and with the number of threads. In making a motif, if the count of a single yarn is missed, the whole design will go wrong. She therefore has to concentrate on the counting with a lot of attention, especially for the first line of threads. To keep the motif repeatable, after picking up every line of motif, the weaver will store it into the long heddle. It works like a memory chip of a computer that the weaver can get back to and reuse whenever she wants. To complete one Naga design might take several days, with the weaver repeating the same process of counting the yarns, picking up the design and storing. The Naga design is considered as one of the most delicate and prestigious patterns of Lao woven textiles that every exceptional weaver should be able to do. The value is not only due to the technical intricacy, but the Nagas have been part of people's lives for many centuries, which is not only a cultural heritage, but also a spiritual heritage.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Vạn Phúc Traditional Silk Village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Vạn Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Hang Chong village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Vạn Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate for differently abled people in Vietnam aged 15 and over is 36%, which means, in average, over 7 out of 10 differently abled people are unemployed. Lê Việt Cường, a differently abled person with the desire to help his community get a stable income from useful work, decided to go around Hà Đông district to recruit a team of differently abled people to together with him bear the solutions. Through survey and experimentation, Wood Art was born in the middle of Vạn Phúc, wishing to solve the problems of the silk village and, simultaneously, overcome unemployment rates for differently abled people. Silk scraps from the textile factories with the techniques of silk grafting by skillful hands of differently abled workers at Wood Art are now turned into beautiful, unique products. Folk paintings, the masterpieces of Vietnamese culture, are now revived by the artisans of Wood Art with those colorful scraps in áo dài, t-shirts, bags, paintings, and etc. Besides, Wood Art develops experiential tours to introduce traditional craft villages to many domestic and foreign tourists. They will get opportunities to visit the traditional silk production activities of Vạn Phúc and then return to Wood Art to join the silk crafting work with the special artisans of Wood Art's family. First, through the silk crafting activities inspired by folk paintings and experiential tours, Wood Art helps preserve the folk painting culture of Vietnam, maintain traditions of the craft village, protect the environment, and especially provide differently abled people with sustainable jobs.
Karya dari Naila. Wah, gambarnya bagus ya. Wah, karya dari Kaila dan Dava.
Ding 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 ding.
Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
their stories and where they're coming from, these rural communities, I think it gives you a deeper understanding of what they need to be able to, grow. And when they grow, we grow. Hi, my name is Aparna Saxena. I'm CEO of Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an impact business based in Indonesia, and we work with women artisan weaving communities in the east of Indonesia, primarily focused in NTT, Ntb, and South Sulawesi. So I would say being a sustainable brand globally itself is tough, but I believe with more awareness, it's becoming easier. Specific to Indonesia, I think again, it's about awareness creation. It's about addressing the mindset, because the moment I think the market or the people think sustainable, they think, oh, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be mahal, so yeah, I cannot wear it daily, and it's not something that's going to be functional, right? Because sustainability, being green, being ethical is associated with being expensive, and I think that's the mindset change that needs to be addressed. Because what happens with sustainability is that it lasts longer. So versus fast fashion, where you wear fast, it gets worn out fast and you buy again, slow fashion or sustainable brands actually last long and give higher and longer customer lifetime value. Ethos is community, quality and compassion. The world needs you, we need you. Join the movement and become local heroes.
from traditional silk pieces that Vat Phuc craft village from creativity. The artisans of wood art revive Vietnamese folk paintings, the masterpieces that seem to only remain in a nostalgia of the past. With a special crafting technique, unique products from the thrown-away scraps of silk are born by the diligent hands of our artisans, helping those crafts continue to live a more valuable life. Wood Art's main product lines are still crafted products for personal use and for home decoration. Made from environmentally friendly natural materials, these products also carry the mission of green existence, green life. The graceful silk crafted of outside, the soft t-shirts, or the multi-function bags are unique items to have in your wardrobe. The fabric mosaic kits made from discarded clothes are sets of creative toys for children to teach them the value of recycling. Have you ever thought that home decoration products such as paintings, tablecloths, and couch pillows can recreate the cultural spirit, the ethic, and environmental meaning? Yes, because Wood's products are capable of it. Those meticulous silk-crafted products, all exuding a folk breath, will be an unforgettable highlight for your space. In addition, wishing to preserve the traditional production of the craft village, Wood Art, located at the center of Vat Phuc, develops experiential tours for tourists. In the tour, they visit traditional silk-making activities around Vat Phuc and experience the silk crafting workshops at Wood Art to create gorgeous products under the guidance of differently abled artisans. They share with each other the story of culture, story of differently abled people, or even the story of everyday life. Here for Wood Art, everyone is the same. All are happy and all are living to create value for life. Choosing Wood Art's products and services means that you choose with both your mind and heart.
name is Maswaditya from Indonesia. I would like to explain about our lovely IP named Fan Cicat. A few years ago, I have a new job as a bedtime storyteller for my two lovely kids. I have an idea to create our own character. The formula was kelinci. In English, we call it rabbit. That rabbit was my son's pet. Sadly, it died, got bitten by wild cat. Plus, this is my son who had pony hairstyle. His name is Achan. Kelinci plus Achan equals Cicat. This is my spontaneous bedtime story drawing, and I have a lot of it. Long story short, I got a deal with one of the biggest publishers in Indonesia. Until now, we already made more than 50 book titles. There is a lot of mom and dads in Indonesia who love this kind of books. For example, Kaidan's mom. She said that Kaidan loved to read Cicat. Now Kaidan proudly could tell his mom that he wants to go to the toilet to get a pee. There are two main places in Cicat's stories. Home, that you can meet his parent and his sister. And school, that you can meet his diverse friend from human, animal to monster. Based on famous fruit in Indonesia, a rose apple, we make a signature, a rose apple nose style. We implemented to all characters in Cicat universe. We do a 360 marketing from music, video, comic to games. There are three messages in Cicat stories: positive values, imagination, and creativity. So Cicat is for preschool 2 to 6 years old, and 60% of our audience is female. We make contents according to what parents experience with their children. For example, we made a content about my kids don't like to eat veggies. We've got 1.2 million views. Or my kids always mess up the room. We've got 1.3 million views. My kids cry easily. We've got 3.1 million views. Meet our loyalist Team Cicat. We've got a mail from a mom or reviewing our books from 4-year-old boy. We've got a lot of unbelievable expression and reaction from Team Cicat. There is a top layer of Team Cicat. We call it Team Cicat Hardcore, who celebrate their birthday with Cicat theme. So our goals right now is to expand eyeballs about Cicat nationally and globally. We call it Cicanization.
Dari Naila, wah gambarnya bagus ya. Wah karya dari Naila dan Dava.
Ding 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 ding.
Mana? Cicat? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cicat.
So let's do Cicanization together, from making animated series, toys, cafe, international brand, fashion, theme park, and other Cicat dreams. So let's collaborate.
understand their stories and where they're coming from, these rural communities, I think it gives you a deeper understanding of what they need to be able to, grow. And when they grow, we grow. Hi, my name is Aparna Saxena. I'm CEO of Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an impact business based in Indonesia, and we work with women artisan weaving communities in the east of Indonesia, primarily focused in Ntb, and South Sulawesi. So I would say being a sustainable brand globally itself is tough, but I believe with more awareness it's becoming easier. Specific to Indonesia, I think again it's about awareness creation, it's about addressing the mindset, because the moment I think the market or the people think sustainable, they think, oh, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be mahal, so yeah, I cannot wear it daily, and it's not something that's going to be functional, right? Because sustainability, being green, being ethical is associated with being expensive, and I think that's the mindset change that needs to be addressed. Because what happens with sustainability is that it lasts longer. So versus fast fashion, where you wear fast, it gets worn out fast and you buy again, slow fashion or sustainable brands actually last long and give higher and longer customer lifetime value. Ethos is community, quality and compassion. The world needs you, we need you. Join the movement and become local heroes.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Vạn Phúc Traditional Silk Village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Vạn Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Hang Chong village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Vạn Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate for differently abled people in Vietnam aged 15 and over is 36%, which means, in average, over 7 out of 10 differently abled people are unemployed. Lê Việt Cường, a differently abled person with the desire to help his community get a stable income from useful work, decided to go around Ha Dong district to recruit a team of differently abled people to, together with him, bear the solutions. Through survey and experimentation, Wood Art was born in the middle of Vạn Phúc, wishing to solve the problems of the silk village and, simultaneously, overcome unemployment rates for differently abled people. Silk scraps from the textile factories with the techniques of silk grafting by skillful hands of differently abled workers at Wood Art are now turned into beautiful, unique products. Folk paintings, the masterpieces of Vietnamese culture, are now revived by the artisans of Wood Art with those colorful scraps in áo dài, t-shirts, bags, paintings, and etc. Besides, Wood Art develops experiential tours to introduce traditional craft villages to many domestic and foreign tourists. They will get opportunities to visit the traditional silk production activities of Vạn Phúc and then return to Wood Art to join the silk grafting work with the special artisans of Wood Art's family. First, through the silk grafting activities inspired by folk paintings and experiential tours, Wood Art helps preserve the folk painting culture of Vietnam, maintain traditions of the craft village, protect the environment, and especially provide differently abled people with sustainable jobs.
Dari Thailand. Wah, gambarnya bagus ya. Wah, karya dari Thailand dan Davao.
Ding 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 ding.
Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, our lunch break is over. The next panel discussion will commence shortly. Please kindly take your seat. And for participants joining us virtually, it's almost time to return to your screen. Thank you.
There is a belief that the ancestors of the Lao people were Nagas, and they stayed to safeguard and delivered fortune to their descendants. In return, to show respect, Lao indigenous peoples incorporate images of Nagas into their lives. They have Nagas everywhere, at the temple, at home, on their houseware items, and on their clothes. The Naga symbol comes in different shapes and forms, and they are made of various materials related to various purposes and ceremonies. Here you see the monks, the villagers making a boat in the form of Nagas, which is for the preparation of Op Pansa festival, or known as the ceremony for the end of the Buddha Lent. The Naga design is also woven into textiles. Weaving the Naga motif into cloth requires several work processes, from yarn making, spinning, dyeing, making the warp, setting up the loom, creating the pattern, and weaving the cloth. Traditionally, the body part of the Nagas is mostly woven in natural white yarn, with the crest predominating in powerful colours, which is to demonstrate the supernatural powers it possesses. The dyer must therefore prepare symbolic colours, such as red, green and gold. Weaving is a cultural heritage that has been passed down from mother to daughter in oral form for centuries, But recently, many weaving studios and family cottage industries in Laos have started to organize training courses in order to preserve and promote the tradition. Setting up the loom needs lots of time and patience. After making the warp, the weaver has to attach each yarn one by one into the weaving equipment. It is the fundamental process to give a perfect texture. All the yarns should be arranged in the right order and at the right tension. To create the Naga motif, the weaver should plan ahead. What technique she will apply. It can be ikat, or supplementary weft, or warp. And if she will prepare the design by making an illustration, or following the pattern from an ancient masterpiece. The weaver has to work carefully with the position of the design and with the number of threads. In making a motif, if the count of a single yarn is missed, the whole design will go wrong. She therefore has to concentrate on the counting with a lot of attention, especially for the first line of threads. To keep the motif repeatable, after picking up every line of motif, the weaver will store it into the long heddle. It works like a memory chip of a computer that the weaver can get back to and reuse whenever she wants. To complete one Naga design might take several days, with the weaver repeating the same process of counting the yarns, picking up the design and storing. The Naga design is considered as one of the most delicate and prestigious patterns of Lao woven textiles that every exceptional weaver should be able to do. The value is not only due to the technical intricacy, but the Nagas have been part of people's lives for many centuries, which is not only a cultural heritage, but also a spiritual heritage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion. Before we start our third and last panel of the day, we would like to remind you that this panel discussion is a 2-day event. Tomorrow, the first panel will discuss how digital creative economy in ASEAN plays a significant role in sustainable development goals, while the second panel will discuss how ASEAN MSMEs can create breakthrough in the global market through digital technology using the ASEAN brand. And now, we will commence our third panel discussion. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Sony Rustiandi, Head for the Office of Professional and Entrepreneurship Development, Bandung Institute of Technology. Without further ado, Mr. Moderator, the time is yours.
Testing, okay. Thank you very much for the MC, and it is an honor for me today as the moderator for our third session for our panel discussion forum in accordance to ACEBF or ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum commemorated by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. My name is Sony Rustiadi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day to us all. My name is Sony Rustiadi. I am the head of the Office of Professional and Entrepreneurship Development in Institute Teknologi Bandung. It is my honor to lead and moderate our third panel session today, discussing our topic, Good Corporate Governance, a key to create a sustainable digital creative economy in ASEAN. We have three amazing and distinguished speakers today that allow me to set the time. So we have three distinguished speakers today, and then one of discussion, which is His Excellency Pak Umar Hadi, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Korea from 2017 to 2021. But to start off our third panel session, allow me to introduce and invite Pak Mahathir Aziz, Chief Executive Officer for Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, or MDEC, SDN BHD. So before Pak Mahathir give his presentation, allow me to read his short CV. So Pak Mahathir has more than 20 years of professional experience that include 10 years of senior top management experience, to which 15 of those years were of strategic consulting or advisory role, spanning from multiple industries and established global organizations such as Deloitte Consulting, Petronas, AM Investment Bank, and Kodak. He co-founded Futurist, I hope I spell it correctly, Pak Mahathir, a wholly owned subsidiary of CyberView, an agency under the Ministry of Finance, and was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer since its establishment in 2017. Pak Mahathir also currently chairs a number of strategic committees focusing on the development of Malaysia's future tech and regulations, including the National Regulatory Sandbox, or NRS, Advisory Panel, and Cyberjaya City Innovation Council. Whilst being the General Manager at CyberView, overseeing the Technology Hub Division, he was also appointed the company head for CyberView Manufacturing Subsidiary in Penang, Fabtronic SDN BHD. Another company Pak Mahathir co-founded in 2013 was High Tech Global Services, an information and communication technology company. Pak Mahathir was also handpicked to be attached to the National Economic Implementation and Strategic Agency, or Laksana, under the Ministry of Finance as project manager. And on the global stage, Pak Mahathir has represented Malaysia and his organizations as speaker at, for example, Krasnoyarsk Economic Forum in 2015, Smart City Expo World Congress 2016 to 2018 in Barcelona, Global Transformation Forum 2017, and United Nations World Urban Forum 2018. Without further ado, Pak Mahathir, the time is yours when you are ready.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bisa dengar ya?
Yes, Pak Mahathir, we can clear you clearly.
First of all, I think I have to apologize for the connectivity. I'm actually on the way back from a meeting with a few ministers here. So I am essentially taking the call in the car. Long introduction of my background. I am the Chief Executive Officer of MDEC, the Digital Economy Corporation that is entrusted to the development of digital economy in Malaysia, and also to push agenda such as the regional and global multimedia super corridor. Essentially, our talk here today was to focus very much on the development of creative digital economy. I hope I'll try to go slow depending on the network as well. What we have done at MDEC basically covers a number of activities that covers from investments, industry development, and also a program of developing ecosystem or digital ecosystems throughout Malaysia and hopefully with other countries as well. Specifically for creative economy, we have been looking at a few areas, mainly on the digital content development. As you can see, companies such as Lescopac, Anymonster would be the big ones in terms of the intellectual properties that we have developed and also exported, including Upin and Ipin, I think, which is basically an animation program that is quite familiar and quite famous in Indonesia. We do look into areas of games development as well, and that goes beyond esports. So when we say ASEAN is concerned, we believe that very, very much for the past 20 years or so, when we first launched digital multimedia super corridor, when the skills were less existent in the ASEAN region, and today we've seen economists, not just four, but long into looking at many areas of creating technologies. So the intellectual property development is something that we push forward, and we believe that there's plenty that we can develop together in collaboration between Malaysia and other countries in ASEAN to look at other positioning specific to digital economy development and specifically along the lines of digital creative economy. The contribution of creative content and economy basically is quite big in this region. Besides emerging technology such as drones and autonomous vehicles, we believe that this area can be developed in a few ways. In Malaysia, if I may share a bit of our experience, we work very much into the digital talent development, where we have programs at school levels, primary schools, I think SMA and SMA and SMP, the high schools, university and colleges, where we have programs that we support and facilitate from a government perspective. And the moment they go into entrepreneurship, this is where we have programs that would develop and shore up companies who are developing contents and also technologies related to creative content, digital content. We do provide government funding in the form of grants primarily, and in some soft loans, and export some of the technologies that we have and some of the content that we have developed. Areas of creative content, and action companies, games companies that we are pushing towards supporting and.
Hello, Pak Mahathir. We lost you. I think the signal.
Am I stuck at the moment?
Yes, but you are breaking up, Pak Mahathir.
Minta maaf.
Okay,
Kalau given the opportunity, may I be able to come back and present a bit and share a bit during the questions and answers?
Yes.
If that is okay with the audience, yeah. Thank you. I'll end my presentation and introduction here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Mahathir. Perhaps we can have more of your view and opinion later on the question and answer session ya Pak Mahathir ya. Unfortunately the signal is not on our side Pak. Okay, thank you very much Pak Mahathir for that. Thank you Pak Mahathir for that perhaps an update on technology and gaming sector in Malaysia and how the government then provide support in the form of grants, in the form of capacity building and development. For sure we will hear a lot more of Pak Mahathir's experience in for sure in Malaysia and also other initiative being developed in the regions. We will invite the second speaker. Our distinguished speaker is Yungshin Jang, PhD in economics. Yungshin is actually head of Southeast Asia and Oceania team and director of Korea's National Center for APEC Studies. He is also the director of Korea National Committee for Pacific Economic Cooperation or KOPEC. Dr. Yungshin Jan is a research fellow, head of Southeast Asia and Oceania team. His research focus on governmental and industry policy in Southeast Asia, APEC's international cooperation, antitrust and competition policies, and the digital economy. Prior to joining the KIEP or KEEP, he worked for the Korean government at the Korea Fair Trade Commission or KFTC as Senior Deputy Director. With his government career achievement, he was nominated as the 2011 Distinguished Public Servant in Korea and got awarded the Presidential Award. Pak Yungshin Jan, PhD, Mr. Yungshin Jan, the time is yours.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can clearly hear you, Mr. Jan.
Okay, thank you so much for your great introduction, Mr. Sony Rostiadi. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Yungshin Jang, head of Southeast Asia and Oceania team at the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, which is KEAP. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I believe that today's forum, focusing on improving the digital economy through digital transformation, will be a great source of insight into the implementation of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. As a researcher on digital platform and competition policies, I will be sharing my views on potential problems caused by the growth of the tech platform companies, competition between these companies, and the opportunity factors to cultivate policy environment for a sustainable digital creative economy from the perspectives of competition policies. Next slide, please. Next, please. COVID-19 has severely impacted the global economy for the last 2 years. The pandemic has lowered the trust more in the efficiency of the global supply chain, which is already weakened by trade conflicts between the US and China. On the other hand, as nations around the world look to digital innovation for the means to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, this is accelerating the transition toward the digital economy and digital forms of trade. And this is also driving disruptive forms of innovation, breaking down the boundaries between business sectors and having a significant impact on consumer patterns as well. Today, the digital economy also surrounds us in the form of digital electronics, communication services, data, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things. Above all, the most crucial role in the digital economy is played by digital platforms, which provide digital services to multiple stakeholders in the digital value chain. These include Google, owned by Alphabet, Apple, Facebook, now Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft. And now we are seeing a rapid development in data and digital technology, and this have totally transformed the ecosystem of the platform industry. Next slide, please. The Asian region is no exception to this digital transformation. According to the OECD 2019, ASEAN members are seeing a rapid transition into the digital economy due to their relatively young populations and high saturation of mobile broadband services. Earnest discussions began in 2010 with the Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity, MPAC, followed by the ASEAN ICT Master Plan 2020, MPAC 2025, and ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, etc. Digital innovation has been at the center of these discussions, leading to these economies strategically focusing on their capabilities into digital transformation. Google Temasek 2019 calculated the size of the internet economy in 6 major ASEAN economies, which are Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, in the 4 areas of online accommodation and travel services, digital content, ride-hailing services, and e-commerce. According to this report, annual growth of around 20% in the total market size is projected up to 2025, by which it will reach a size of $304 billion US. This astonishing growth in the ASEAN region includes not only multinational platforms like Amazon, Netflix, and Alibaba, but also local platform businesses such as Gojek, Bukalapak, and Grab in the ASEAN region. Next slide, please. Now, what impact will the growth of the digital economy and these tech giant platforms have on our lives? Digital transformation is increasingly contributing to GDP and having a positive effect on consumers' lives and the economy. The digital economy provides new opportunities for growth through innovation and is enabling economies of scale on the supply side to an unprecedented level. For instance, developing an operating system or search engine involves an enormous cost in the beginning stage of the business. But once the system is up and running, the marginal cost drops down to nearly zero. The cost of using the system rises at a significantly lower rate than the rise in users, allowing a sharp increase in production efficiency and contributing to economic growth. Second, in terms of demand, platform businesses are 2 or multi-sided markets in which network effects play an enormous role. This brings even more benefits to the consumer. To provide another example, when a certain software is used by more people, it becomes easier to share files and collaborate on this platform. This rise in value is the direct network effect. There is also an indirect network effect, seen for a distance between different groups of food delivery or ride-hailing applications, connecting consumers in one side of the platform applications with the restaurants or taxi drivers on the other side. This network effect stimulates positive externalities and can contribute to consumer welfare. And third, the digital economy is accompanied by advances in computing technology and a reduction in the cost of collecting, analyzing, and storing data. This makes it possible to utilize vast amounts of data, so-called big data. The data collected goes through complex algorithms and machine learning processes, which cut down on production cost and can be used to predict consumer behavior. The behavior of individual consumers and their spending patterns are then analyzed to provide customized services. As such, the rise of digital platform businesses is characterized by a sharp rise in efficiency on the production side and an expansion of consumer welfare on the demand side, thus producing pro-competitive effects. Next slide, please. At the same time, however, these characteristics can lead to difficulties when formulating public policies on competition between technology platforms. This happens because of the powerful economies of scope created in the market for digital platforms. For example, when a major tech platform has gained superior competitiveness in the market, it can carry out additional investment on a major scale, expanding its platform into other services, and thus increasing its business efficiency. The market dominant position it enjoys can then be transferred to other neighboring markets. In such an economy of scope, a market dominant company leading the digital ecosystem gains competition dominance to a significant extent. The other competitors will find it very difficult to compete with this tech giant. It becomes highly difficult for newcomers to enter the market as a potential competitors. That is, once the original platform has achieved market dominance. To provide another example, once major tech platforms realize an economy of scope, they can employ their big data analysis mechanisms and learning curve to generate further scales of economy. This further cements their market dominance, which could be abused to limit data access to competitors or to obstruct the sharing or portability of data. In this manner, the market can become a monopoly. Next slide, please. Another issue we are seeing is killer acquisitions, where tech companies eliminate potential competitors by acquiring them at an early stage. This can make a severe anti-competitive effect on the market. The current tech giants, GAFAM, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, have carried out close to 500 M&As since 2010. Almost all of these M&A cases were conducted without merger reviews by competition authorities or approved without restriction. Claims are being made by competition authorities in the US and other advanced economies that these M&A policies, the M&A review policies are limiting the growth of startups. The need for regulation is currently under discussion. Mergers or acquisitions to eliminate future competition can lead to the formation of monopolies or oligopolies, which could negatively impact consumer welfare by raising prices or lowering quality. Potential R&D projects that would have been conducted in a more competitive market could be discontinued. These are all negative impacts which could hurt not only individual companies, but also an entire industry or national economy. Next slide, please. We have touched on the all positive and negative aspects of the emergence of tech platform giants and competition between these companies. Now, how should we set policy in the digital platform market? This question bears relation to the central question of this session, namely good corporate governance for sustaining digital creative economy in ASEAN. Both of the public sector and private sector should make efforts to develop their best pair of trade practices for sustaining digital creative economy. As I mentioned earlier, the digital economy is rising at an even faster pace due to the shock of the pandemic, and this trend is likely to continue. At the same time, we are seeing both expectations of the pro-competitive effect created by technology platforms and concerns over the anti-competitive effects they accompany. With uncertainty remaining high, there are both the claims of current practices being excessive or that they remain insufficient. Our view is that a paradigm shift is required to alleviate the harmful effects of the market being dominated by tech giants and limiting competition. This comes with a caveat, however. Any restriction on the market must be carefully applied to protect market competition and the consumer while preserving the willingness to innovate of the startups. As I have explained, the issues associated with network effects, economies of scale, and the concentration of data, which are amplified in the digital economy, can result in economies of scope and a concentration in market structures caused by a tipping effect. Furthermore, these issues cannot be easily restored. But at the same time, tech platforms deliver quality services to consumers at lower prices and allow smaller businesses to grow based on access to a large customer base. Therefore, it is necessary to change the paradigm of regulation in competition policy with sustaining a balance between pro-competition effects and anti-competition effects. This policy formulation process should begin with in-depth studies and research on the market in question and what makes them special. For instance, a new regulation should be designed to deal with the complicated features of the digital economy and difficulties in market definition, and assessment of market dominance in the new platform economy. Even in such cases, it is necessary to protect dynamic competition based on market mechanisms to prevent an innovative firm's willingness to compete from being damaged. Okay, this wraps up my talk today, and I look forward to other presentations followed by an interesting round of competition. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yong-Shin Jang from KIEP. So many points was made in terms of good corporate governance, for sure to maintain this digital economy and creative economy ecosystem working together, yeah. And Dr. Yong-Shin actually emphasized on the healthy market mechanism to support that growth of economic effect on creative economy. He also sees the growth of 20% up until 2025 for creative economy in ASEAN region, with a value of more than $304 billion. So very big potential, and for sure good corporate governance working together between the public and private sector, maintaining a healthy mechanism, although we know that a lot of the technological and digital realm is probably, the majority is probably controlled by 2 or 3 major companies in the world, but public and private need to work together in terms of supporting this good corporate governance to maintain a healthy market mechanism. Thank you very much, Dr. Yong-Shin, for that very interesting and also warning for us that for sure, although there is a very healthy growth and also prospect on the creative economy, but still we need to also work very hard to maintain a healthy market mechanism. Our third, let me also continue on with our third distinguished speakers, which is Mr. Pichit Virangkabutra. He is actually the Deputy Director of Creative Economy Agency or CEA in Thailand. Pichit Virangkabutra actually have a Master of Fine Art from Goldsmiths College, University of London. Actually, that is also my alma mater, Mr. Pichit, so we share the same uni together. He is also graphic designer and president for Thai Graphic Designers Associations from 2017 up until present time. Before being the Deputy Director of CEA, he is also the Director for Creative City Development under the Creative Economy Agency of Thailand. Without further ado, Mr. Pichit Virangkabutra, the time is yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for ACEBF to invite us to join this exciting conference. I'll maybe start with our mission and vision of how the creative economy works in Thailand in the Thai context. The Creative Economy Agency, CEA, was an expansion of the Thailand Creative and Design Center established 16 years ago. We are a government agency, report directly to the Office of the Prime Minister. We work as the key organizations to drive the 15 creative industry in Thailand. You can hear me, right? So we are the main organization that will be responsible to drive the creative economy in Thailand. We promote and develop creative economy, and we position us as an enabler factor in order to push and develop and improve economy in the kingdom. We support most of the creativities and innovation for the general public and educational institute. That's the goal of what we are trying to achieve along the plan that we established into creative economy is to build an ecosystem, the creative economy ecosystem that will work for the kingdom. We focus on mainly three parts: the creative people, the creative business, and establish the creative district, which it will be the key factors to build up an ecosystem that will work for the kingdom and the region across Thailand. We try to work as an agency that will empower people to be able to access knowledge. We are a platform that build knowledge and share to members, visitors, and people in the industries that is trying to build on creative business. The other part that we have been expanding is trying to build an ecosystem, a physical ecosystem of the creative district across Thailand. We have like lots of areas that and strategies to build up creative district and measure and see how it could bloom in a way that people gain trust and move into the area, and the area will be the area will bring people into the district and maybe create an ecosystem that there will be creative business, creative people coming in and build tourism in the area, like such as prototypes sandbox for the design week that we held across the country in Chiang Mai, in Bangkok, or in Khon Kaen district in Thailand, is partly try to build a sandbox and see how it will interconnect, it will engage people to move into the area and transform and regenerate local businesses and things like that to build up the ecosystem. So this is like the short introduction of what we have been doing. On the issue on the digital creative economy, another area that we have been pointed out and we are trying to deliver is part of the Creative Information Center. So it will be the main key on gathering big data of creative businesses across the country. We work with associations. We try to see how it's possible to gather big data. We listen to how their needs and things to see. We came up with a platform on a business maturity self-assessment, which it could amplify across the kingdom, that they could access from the desktop and see how their creative businesses works. What is like a health check of the creative business platform that will see how they are performing, how could we help, how our facilities, workshops or educational programs or knowledge programs could reconnect with them. So this is quite a big challenge for us to manage a big data on building up information and index to see how competitive our creative business could be in Thailand. Another issue is that when we were given the topic, we were looking at digital for us as a creative economy and the key organizations to drive the creative economy. We look at the digital platform as a tool. We still on a level of hybrid on a physical development, and we are trying to move into digital platform and see the possibilities of trying to connect both worlds, the physical world and the digital world, and see how it could benefit the people and make a better living for the creative business and people in the area. In Thailand, we have like 15 creative industries that we try to group them in 4 groups. There's like a cultural-based group, there's a content and media group, there's a service and product group, and lastly the related industry like food, spas, well-being and tourism will be the supporting related industry. But as we look back and see how we could map and use the digital platform or digital economy to amplify the performance of capacity building for them, we see like the direct one is easy, like broadcasting, moving image, game and software. This is direct to how we could build up on the digital economy. But the higher level that we're looking at is how to reconnect analog kind of industries that could be benefit while using digital. So it's like now we're looking at like all the blockchain or NFT or even expand to metaverse right now to see how digital goods, digital rights, and how we could manage licensing, things like that. So it will be enhancing the industries in a way to find opportunities on the digital platform, like music. Right now, I from what I observe across the globe, I think it's one of the hardest hit in the creative in the profession, because on the pandemic disruption, they could not perform live or anything. So we're looking at how digital platform or blockchain could come in and see and drive the music industries to gain growth from this kind of platform. So we are kind of an agency. We didn't own we are kind of a practitioner that we're trying to find opportunities and use our head hard to see how things could work, how it could deliver values to stakeholders, things like that. So it's kind of a new factors that we are looking at. Right now, on driving the creative economy right now, the baseline that we are trying to do is looking at all the regulations, all the regulations, all the limitations of how the economy could grow and how we can combine, digitize things to amplify. I believe that in the very short distance that will be coming very soon is like we're looking at a more agile kind of environment, kind of flexible approach or decentralized things. I think the digital part could really be the engine to help people to resilient and grow with what they are trying to do. I think this is part of how we are reinforcing opportunities and enhance productivities to be able to scale the economy through creativities. So I think this is maybe part of the beginning of my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting experience from Mr. Prichit from Thailand. Yeah. So in terms of our topic today, how good corporate governance can actually, nurture the growth of the creative economy. Mr. Prichit actually emphasized several things from his experience in Thailand. For example, how we can actually connect not only the digital but also the physical, because as we know that the physical ecosystem plays a very strong value on how creative worker, creative products, and creative idea is actually manifested as the raw material for the product, for the creative sectors. For sure, development of hybrid ecosystem, both physical and digital, is one of the important thing that I took note from Mr. Prichit. For example, in Thailand, the creation of various creative districts really emphasize on how working together with the people on a smaller level, not only in national level, but also in districts where the creative potential probably different between one district and another. For sure, another point that very interesting also from the experience of Thailand is the embracing of new technology. So Mr. Prichit actually mentioned several new technology, for example, how blockchain actually is explored to help the music industry and musicians in Thailand, and how we can actually use this new technology to gain more benefit for the creative sectors. A lot of very interesting approaches like agile approach, and decentralizing policy is also one of the important points that I took note from Mr. Prichit. Thank you very much, Mr. Prichit. We will continue on with our later on in our question and answer session. But allow me to actually invite our Excellency discussion for today, which is His Excellency Pak Umar Hadi, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Korea from 2017 to 2021. Pak Umar, allow me to read just a short bio of Pak Umar. Pak Umar Hadi is a career diplomat with 29 years of service. Before he was assigned as ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Korea in 2017, he served as the Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Los Angeles. Prior to that, he served as Director for West Europe Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Director of Public Diplomacy in 2005 to 2009, and then Deputy Director at the Office of the Foreign Minister in 2001 to 2005, and also officer at ad hoc office for the chairmanship of Indonesia in the non-aligned movement in 1992 to 1995. His overseas posts include Minister Plenipotentiary and Deputy Chief of Mission at the Indonesian Embassy at The Hague, the Netherlands, 2009 to 2012, and Second Secretary at the Indonesian Permanent Mission to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva, Switzerland, 1996 to 2001. He has also been involved in numerous negotiations and international conferences. However, I have also additional information regarding Pak Umar, very heavily interaction ya Pak ya in economic creative. For example, Pak Umar Hadi is very interested in film and cinematography as he has experience as the producer of one of the interesting and very well-known movie ya Pak ya, Bali Birds of Paradise. He is also a very keen musician, as I heard from Foreign Ministry staff Pak. Pak Umar actually established the Diplomats Band at the Foreign Ministry here in Republic of Indonesia, and also he is also initiated the Muri record making for batik sales, virtual batik sales ya Pak in Korea ya. Wah, Muri, if I can explain just a little bit to the audience, is Indonesian record registry ya. So a lot of record achievement is recorded in Muri. So Pak Umar Hadi actually initiated one of the record in Indonesia, which is virtual sales of batik ya Pak. He is also keen coffee enthusiast ya Pak ya, having his own coffee which is Java Mocha in F&B business. A lot of achievement and very high interest in creative industry. As we know, also Korea, a lot of lesson can be learned, and for sure Pak Umar Hadi as the ambassador of Republic Indonesia to Republic Korea has many things, and also to respond to our three distinguished speakers before. Pak Umar Hadi, with honor, please, the time is yours, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Sony. Can you hear me well?
Yes, Pak, we can hear you very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am no longer the ambassador to South Korea. I'm a former ambassador. And I heard today the new ambassador to South Korea is being inaugurated by the president. Anyway, allow me to, first of all, take this opportunity to congratulate Ambassador Sidarto and his team for the excellent organization of this forum. I should also like to thank our three distinguished panelists for their eye-opening and thought-provoking presentations. And I can say that I agree with all three panelists that digital platform is the game changer in the development of creative economy. And therefore, digital transformation is no longer an option. It is a necessity if we want to continue developing our creative economy. And I think when we discuss about digital platform, it involves so many areas, but basically it's about digital content, as discussed by Mr. Mahathir, the first panelist. It's also about digital delivery and also digital marketplace. And each sector, I think, has its own complexity in terms of regulatory framework. Now, to ensure good corporate governance, of course, we need to be very, very vigilant, very, very careful in crafting our regulatory framework. Because as in any other technology, digital technology also it's like a sword with two sides. It can be very useful, but on the other hand, it can also be very detrimental to our societies. It seems to me there are three clusters of major issues when it comes to regulatory framework in this digital space. The first one is on monopolistic behavior of especially of giant technology companies. This has been discussed in a very good manner by Dr. Jang. The second cluster is on data, and it involves data ownership, data protection, and data privacy. I think we all acknowledge that the real danger for us in this region is at one point we can become simply data colonies. Now the third cluster is also another big and important cluster, is on the intellectual property rights protection. Of course, the discussion here would be whether the existing IPR system would be sufficient to protect, at the same time, promote creative economy ecosystem. Or do we need other sui generis protection system? We know that right now there is still discussion about, for example, protection of genetic resources, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression going on. It's still going on at the WIPO in Geneva. Because why IPR protection is important? Because even in the digital space, we are still in danger from piracy and counterfeiting goods or counterfeiting products. Now, my basic questions to all three panelists is whether we at ASEAN level should have some kind of regional regulatory framework on these three clusters of issues. we may want to look at the experience of the European Union, how they coordinate, even they come up with a regulatory framework to really address these three issues. So I think that's my main question. But then I have a secondary question, especially to Mr. Mahathir, because he was cut off short because of the connection issue, because he was actually talking about the importance of education. How do we prepare our next generations in coming up or facing these challenges and coming up with ways of to get the opportunities from this new digital creative economy? So I think that's my comment, Pak Sony. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Umar. Very interesting take, Pak Umar, and all question for all our panels. If we may have the response, let me allow me to rephrase or reiterate the question. So, Pak Umar actually listed three very important factor in good corporate governance in terms of sustainability of creative economy in the context of ASEAN. So first is about digital development, digital technology, digital marketplace, and how we data security, how we can actually have a vigilance, good corporate governance. That's two, and the third is actually the IPR protection. How do we actually, this is a very important for sure consideration in creative economy. So Pak Umar actually reframed the question into two. I hope that our three distinguished speakers can respond. First is, do we need ASEAN regional regulatory framework for all, actually to as an umbrella for these three very important good governance aspect in terms of, again, the context of creative economy. And the second, although it is for our first speaker Pak Pak Mahathir, but I think also from Pak Picit and also from our third speaker, our second speaker, which is Dr. Yogsin Jan. What do you see how education can have a very important factor for the good corporate governance? Probably I would invite our first speaker first, Pak Mahathir, because we lost you while you were in movement. However, if you can actually address Pak Umar, very interesting question ini Pak. Pak Mahathir, time is yours.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you for being patient with me, Pak Umar, and also Pak Sony and the rest of the audience. Let me try to take a step answering that. I think as I was speaking about talent development and bringing up layers of our future talents and taking advantage of the digital economy, specifically on creative. We have at least the experience in Malaysia right now, which I believe is quite consistent and common across the region and globally as well, was very much on developing new talents through programs. So the interest must be there for us to be able to nurture what sort of skills and what sort of talents that we can grow. I am a product of both the Malaysian public education, very much government, and also I did have the benefit of spending some time overseas and studying there as well. So the difference that I saw between these two cultures, if you may, was the openness and the freedom of expression that was allowed early on, especially in the western side of these countries, and less so, if I may say, in the ASEAN region. So, and that is gradually being opened up. So that liberalization of expression of ideas is something that we need to be able to teach in order for us to be able to tap onto the skill set, the interest, and also possible talents that we can grow out of this. As a government agency, what we can do is have all those programs to create the awareness, to create and bring out these new talents, and also possibly identify what would be the specialization or the interest of these kids. So within the Malaysian context, we have programs such as creativity at schools, digital skills training development, and also up to the university level where we have premier digital tech institutions or PDTI. So again, these are digital capacity building programs that we have, that we support throughout. But again, you can only open the doors. The students, the kids, the future talents would have to walk through that. So this is basically a more sustainable approach that we have to guide this through by through the will powers of the politicians, the local authorities, the local leaders, and also parents and teachers as well to do this. Throughout this, I think steps in terms of support, I did mention earlier about grants that we supply and provide for companies if they choose to embark on creative content and also digital technology. So we do have digital content specific grants, DCG, for lack of a better word. And then we do have festivals and events such as MyDCF, Malaysia Digital Content and Digital Creative Festival. That is actually ongoing right now. We do have a focus a bit more on games and games development for the second half of this month. Again, the framework for such is no different from one country to another or one region to another. Funds that are being put would have to be coming a lot initially from the government, but eventually we have to promote a lot more participation from the corporate sector. And I think Malaysia has recognized this and really pushing forward in terms of participation of corporate sector into the development of new talents. We are learning a lot from our friends, especially from Korea, in terms of putting and identifying the large corporations that will push this forward. And we are looking at our own big companies and corporations or government-linked companies to be able to do so. It's not about trying to do this ourselves. It's about looking to your neighbors and learning from your friends as well. So if generally that will be my take on it. I hope it's something that you can see beneficial to you.
Thank you, Pak Mahathir. So the main point is to work together with all the ecosystem player, our friends, in terms of building this, the importance of education. I think Pak Mahathir has addressed. Continue on, perhaps to our second speaker, Dr. Yung Shin. Can you address perhaps the question one? Do we need ASEAN regional regulatory framework to actually at least provide some guidelines for ASEAN member states to actually how do we deal or how do we address these three important aspects that Pak Umar has mentioned? Dr. Yung Shin, time is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Dr. Yung Shin.
Okay. Before starting my discussion, I'd like to say it's a great honor to see you, His Excellency Ambassador Umar Hadi, even online. I remember that our research institute invited you the last year at the international seminar about the New Southern Policy. We are going to hold the same seminar in December, but still working on having difficulty in finding the ambassador from your country because he's still in the process of nominating, right? So, okay, thank you. So, I'd like to talk about the issue, the regional regulation framework, the ambassador raised. Like European Union, because they have a very strong unified the authority, competition authority, covering all the European countries. So, however, in ASEAN, I think the measures across the different jurisdictions is very inconsistent or coherent. They have different regulatory approaches. So instead of having the unified, very strong the competition authorities, I'd like to suggest that the international coordination and cooperation, for example, as far as I know, your ASEAN has the ASEAN Experts Group on Competition, namely AEGC. So in line with the new Southern policy, I'd like to suggest that Korea's competition authority should build a multilateral cooperation channel with the AEGC, as well as develop bilateral cooperation with the individual member states to establish the working on the principal guidelines regulating or supporting digital economy. And then also, I think that the Korean the competition authority can promote the demand-based and customized collaborative project in the areas of the competition policy through a joint investigation with ASEAN and joint research with ASEAN and sharing best practices in the digital platform economy. This cooperation could include the capacity building programs on cultivating competition environment in the digital economy and enforcing competition laws in the same area. So I'd like to suggest the international cooperation to establish the principles on regulating or supporting the digital economy with your country and the Republic of Korea. Yeah, that's my answer. I hope it can help you.
Thank you, Dr. Yung-Sin. Yes, very interesting point of view from Korea, seeing ASEAN as partners, yeah, Doctor, yeah, and as you says, yeah, probably ASEAN within its member states, probably it's a very good idea that Pak Umar mentioned about regional regulatory framework, but also working with other partners in terms of other countries outside the ASEAN, for example, Republic of Korea, to maintain that relationship between different stakeholders in terms of creating a sustainable, not only in ASEAN, but also in the region, to maintain for sure a healthy growth on creative economy. Thank you, Dr. Yung-Sin, for that input, and also I think an invitation, ya Pak Umar, ya, to stay together and work together with various countries and also other association within the region. Perhaps I would like to also invite our third speaker to respond to Pak Umar question, very important question. About education, yeah, because this is also Mr. Pritchett mentioned about community, the importance of physical ecosystem, and also creative district. How would you say education in formal and informal settings have influenced good corporate governance in terms of supporting the creative economy players in Thailand, Mr. Pritchett? If you would like to comment, Mr. Pritchett, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. We're looking at the education part that for the creative economy. I think we're trying to gear how we could build up a competitiveness people that could go along with the new era on the digital world. This part is part that we don't think that we will compete with the AI that will be coming in a very short period right now. We are looking at the soft side of how we can prepare our generations to cope with the new soft power on the digital world, and see how we can work together with the machine and the soft power of how the creativeness of our the generations to come to be able to grow with the new landscape of how balancing the physical with the digital. This part I think is quite new to everyone. I think because I believe across the region in ASEAN, what we are really studying right now is obsolete already. So I think it has to restructure and see the new landscape with all the new factors, and see what will be the trigger factor to on education that will connect new people, the youngsters, the people in the learning years to come up with new things that could benefit the economy. Right now in Thailand, you can see like there's new entrepreneurs. I think maybe across ASEAN or the globe, you can see like new entrepreneurs. The age group is really in the teens. So I think we have to. I think this past 3 years thing has changed a lot. Education could be found from their homes, not only from schools or universities or academic years. It's like we could utilize how education could run to them, and they could access accessibilities to education that is right for them, and hoping that if they could see the new possibilities or the trend, they could plug in and grow with the next generation. I'm not so sure about how it will sustain, but in a way, there's possibilities that we could restructure and monitor how it could stand the distance, maybe in the short term, like 3 years, and see how things change. Because right now, as we're speaking, I'm not so sure what is new coming tomorrow. What will be out of obsolete right now for tomorrow. So I think the digital has new impact and disrupt most of the previous education that we have been learned or taught across the decades. So I think maybe as part of a government agency, we will try and try to identify all the existing stakeholder technologies, things like that, trends, and plug in to see what are the new knowledge for people that could nurture them and make them stronger, be more competitive, and growth. Maybe the three things: competitiveness, growth, and sustain as they grow up. So I think this is part of what we are trying to look at this new landscape in the coming years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pichit. Yeah. So in terms of education, again, the point of balancing physical and digital environment is very important, as Mr. Pichit mentioned earlier in his presentation. And also because technology development is very rapid, we don't know whether our current technology would be obsolete in the coming weeks or the coming months. Tech giant heavily invested on developing the technology, so we don't know how society will be changed, will be disrupted with this new technology. And also the important points of working with stakeholders, as Mr. Pichit actually mentioned, also in terms of education, not only about giving support, but also working with stakeholders, identifying their development in terms of what they need in developing their business. I think we have some time left to invite questions from the floor. If there is any from audience in the ballroom. If not, I will, okay. We have one question. Yes, Pak Miguel.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question. Okay, I don't know who can answer the question. Whoever is fine. No? There is an example of a Chinese company which produces fashion products, which they have more than 600,000 fashion designs, and the company was just started in 2008. So this company is data-driven, which means it's really promoted by digital data. And my question is whether you consider that ASEAN should also consider a more drastic change in how to transform traditional sectors, no? Like furniture, like fashion, like jewelry, for more data-driven models. And the second question is whether more collaboration should be promoted, because this company in China actually has designers all around the world and factories that produce from them all around the world. Whether in ASEAN more collaboration with designers from Europe or Japan or other countries should be promoted to develop these sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. So, two questions, but I think this is, we can actually ask the distinguished speakers to respond. So, Pak Miguel actually took example from a Chinese company, is very successful in a very short time, Pak. And then the question emerged: how can we transform traditionally, operated and run creative companies such as innovation or craft, perhaps, to more adapt to new technology, for example, using data, big data driven, as Dr. Yungshin and also Mr. Pichit explained also, about embracing new technology, and how can we actually support more collaborative relationship between perhaps ASEAN member state, but also with other countries, Pak Miguel. Perhaps we will start with Pak Mahathir, the first speaker. Pak Mahathir, if you can respond to Pak Miguel question, Pak.
I think the question is very much on to how do we develop and work with companies, at least in the company in question right now is coming from China as well. I think if I can just drag that a bit into answering Pak Umar's question as well on the regulatory framework on how we deal with collaboration with in the digital world and within the digital economy, creative or otherwise. There must be a way for each member of ASEAN to be able to look at adopting some of this collaboration and also to bring that back, while at the same time, I think individually as countries, we are also protecting and developing our own industries, not to the extent of just receiving all that. One of the things that I was lucky enough to be in Jakarta and Bandung last week. So we had a meeting with Pak Lutfi, Menteri Perdagangannya, and also with Kadin. So one of the topics that were discussed was how different the base regulations between Malaysia and Indonesia. Yang satunya British, yang satu lagi Belanda. So when you look at the difference in this, so I think more and more companies from outside of ASEAN will see the region as being unique, as a melting pot of many different, I think, standards and also cultures and people. So collaboration that we see, while we welcome that, would have to be tackled on ad hoc basis and how we do this. And definitely when we look at Philippines, and they are very much influenced by the United States, I would imagine. So again, we are a unique region. So I think it's good to have collaboration, but we have to see what would be best from a regional perspective and also individual countries.
Thank you, Mr. Mahathir, for that response. Probably, yes, highlighting on cooperation, yeah, collaborating, yeah, answering the question, yeah. Perhaps a short response from Dr. Yung-Shin. I am very aware of time, but Dr. Yung-Shin, if you can respond to that question.
I think that I don't have the additional comment, but I think the government should make more effort to live to the regulation like omnibus law, because to attract more FDIs to develop the domestic tech platform startups like SMEs in the area of the digital platform, and which can make more hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Doctor.
Yeah. So that can make the domestic, the small, medium and small companies receive more, learn more technology from multinational firms. So government should working on the regulation like omnibus law.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yung-Shin. So again, this is multi-party effort to attract more SME in using technology for sure. What kind of technology, how it is adopted in a specific creative sector, etc., need a lot of work from various stakeholders within the creative sector. And from Mr. Pichit, if you can give us a short response on the question from Pak Miguel earlier, Pak. Mr. Pichit.
Yeah. Maybe it's not a direct answer for that, but there's possibilities that we try to look at it. Maybe for a domestic production that you will be looking at right now is how we could apply a data-driven kind of productivities to craftsmanship or things that are more physical. Maybe it's if the first thing that I think it happens across the region is accessibilities and how entrepreneurs or craftsmanship see the importance of using data to increase their productivities, things like that. That will be the first issues. The second one, if they accept it and they see the bright side of it, and right now when you use data-driven economy based, I think one thing that came with this kind of platform is precision. The precision is one of the key that could create values, because if you use data-driven with the precision that you can utilize most of the needs, the order, you can manage the cost, the time of wages of how to product and there will be like it will be less wasted things or more stock that could not sell, things like that, or maybe you can redirect new platform and marketplace from this kind of digital platform. Maybe it's not a complete answer, but it's possibilities to explore. I think this kind of experiment, I call it an experiment, is like how you co-create with the domestic production companies and see the possibilities, see the potential, listen to them, and see what are the goals that they are looking for. And I believe in a creative economy that if you could listen, you could find the real block on what makes the company doesn't work. You can really find a solution for that. Terima kasih.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Pichit. Very important. I get one keyword from the response, which is co-creation. Wow, very important. Not only collaboration, but also co-creation in terms of adopting this new technology and also providing. Technology is not only about risks, disadvantage, but also about opportunity, about optimism. I think that's what we can get. I hope that answer Pak Miguel's question. And for the last, and also to conclude our session, I would invite our distinguished discussant, His Excellency Pak Umar Hadi, to give his last view to close our session, Pak. The time is yours, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Soni. Actually, it was Miguel who asked the questions, right? And actually, I wanted to carry the discussion from the previous panel that was moderated by Miguel. I think in that panel, one of the very pertinent opinion expressed by Susanna, the first speaker at the panel, was about the importance of inclusion of the creatives, the artists, the creators into the heart of decision-making process at any level. So when we talk about regulatory framework, whether at the national level or at the regional or global level, I think this point by Susanna was very, very important. How do we ensure that the voices of these people, the creative people, the creators, really taken up into consideration so that any regulation would be beneficial for them and for the general public. Now, on the specific question about this fashion business in China, which is data-driven, my thinking is that actually all kinds of marketing and sales has always been data-driven. But the difference today is that this data-driven business is done by an algorithm, very sophisticated algorithm, the robots that can do this analyzing big data in a matter of seconds. And therefore, the algorithm can determine what kind of model, what kind of fashion that a certain group of people will need. And therefore, sales of the fashion goods will be much more easier, faster. But of course, we should also be mindful about the precision of that data-driven model. This is also mentioned by Mr. Viraka Putra. I have to close my comment. I just want to tell you one story relating to this precision on data-driven algorithm. You know, I've been a career diplomat. I've been a professional diplomat for 29 years. But if you Google my name, Google will not say I'm a diplomat or an ambassador. Google says I'm an actor. Well, maybe Google is correct, because actually that is my innermost aspiration, to be an actor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak. So, diplomat who has a very keen interest or even ambition and motivation, aspiration as creative actors, ya Pak ya. Thank you, Pak Umar Hadi, for that last view. And with that, let me just pull out several keywords from our discussion this afternoon, which is one is what I like the most is co-creation. Good corporate governance, yes, we actually understand it in the company level, in the national level, and the regional level. However, key for sustainability of good corporate governance is actually co-creation. And also the second one that I would like to also extract from our last view from His Excellency Pak Umar Hadi is that we need to also include the voices of the actors and the creators, because the regulatory framework, all the policy and support that the government is providing is actually to provide support for these actual actors and creators. So we need to hear you need to hear actors, creators, creative entrepreneurs everywhere to voice what is your requirement, what do you need, and what kind of ecosystem that we can develop together. With that, I close my session, apologize, and thank you for bearing with us with the extra time. I hope that this session has given you some kind of inspiration to give you more ideas to move on your business, or if you are government, to inspire other collaboration and co-creation with other stakeholders within the creative economy, for sure, in terms of developing our regional ASEAN creative sector. My name is Sony Rustiadi, signing off. With that, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will give the time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you, Bapak. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our event of the day. However, I would like to remind you yet again that ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum is not over yet. From today until Tuesday, we have ASEAN Virtual Showcase of Products and Services, where you can see and buy products and services from ASEAN Creative Economy actors. And tomorrow, we will commence the discussion with two more panels, one on digital creative economy and sustainable development goals, and another panel on the ASEAN brand. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence and participation both online and offline. We will see you again tomorrow.
There is a belief that the ancestors of the Lao people were Nagas, and they stayed to safeguard and delivered fortune to their descendants. In return, to show respect, Lao indigenous peoples incorporate images of Nagas into their lives. They have Nagas everywhere, at the temple, at home, on their houseware items, and on their clothes. The Naga symbol comes in different shapes and forms, and they are made of various materials related to various purposes and ceremonies. Here you see the monks and villagers making a boat in the form of Nagas, which is for the preparation of Pansa festival, or known as the ceremony for the end of the Buddha Lent.
Untuk teman-teman sound dan technician mungkin bisa stay dulu, karena kita mau dry run untuk besok.
The Naga design is also woven into textiles. Weaving the Naga motif into cloth requires several work processes, from yarn making, spinning, dyeing, making the warp, setting up the loom, creating the pattern, and weaving the cloth. Traditionally, the body part of the Nagas is mostly woven in natural white yarn, with the crest predominating in powerful colours, which is to demonstrate the supernatural powers it possesses. The dyer must therefore prepare symbolic colours, such as red, green and gold. Weaving is a cultural heritage that has been passed down from mother to daughter in oral form for centuries, but recently many weaving studios and family cottage industries in Laos have started to organize training courses in order to preserve and promote the tradition. Setting up the loom needs lots of time and patience. After making the warp, the weaver has to attach each yarn one by one into the weaving equipment. It is the fundamental process to give a perfect texture. All the yarns should be arranged in the right order and at the right tension. To create the Naga motif, the weaver should plan ahead. What technique she will apply? It can be ikat or supplementary weft or warp. And if she will prepare the design by making an illustration or following the pattern from an ancient masterpiece. The weaver has to work carefully with the position of the design and with the number of threads. In making a motif, if the count of a single yarn is missed, the whole design will go wrong. She therefore has to concentrate on the counting with a lot of attention, especially for the first line of threads. To keep the motif repeatable, after picking up every line of motif, the weaver will store it into the long heddle. It works like a memory chip of a computer that the weaver can get back to and reuse whenever she wants. To complete one Naga design might take several days, with the weaver repeating the same process of counting the yarns, picking up the design and storing. The Naga design is considered as one of the most delicate and prestigious patterns of Lao woven textiles that every exceptional weaver should be able to do. The value is not only due to the technical intricacy, but the Nagas have been part of people's lives for many centuries, which is not only a cultural heritage, but also a spiritual heritage.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Vạn Phúc Traditional Silk Village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Vạn Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Hang Chong village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Vạn Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate